third time Jerry Royster has brought the Atlanta lineup card to home plate this year. In the pregame meetings, the Braves have won. Well, he's up there today, and Bill Russell's got the Dodger card. Here's the Dodger lineup. Steve Sax leading off at second base. Bill Russell at shortstop. Dusty Baker in left field. Pedro Guerrero at third base. Mike Marshall hitting fifth in right field. Greg Brock is at first base. R.J. Reynolds in center field. Jack Pemple doing the catching. And Rick Honeycutt on the mound. A record of 2-2 as a Dodger with an ERA of 3.96. Honeycutt was brilliant in his first two starts in the National League, defeating the Philadelphia Phillies and allowing only one run in 16 innings in those two. In his last two starts, though, Honeycutt has lost to Montreal and San Diego and given up 10 runs in 9 innings. So the Dodgers are hopeful that Rick Honeycutt can sever his two-game losing string here this afternoon. Lynn Barker makes his third start with the Braves. Now the Dodgers take the field. Barker lost his first start with Atlanta in St. Louis. They gave him 5 runs and 10 hits in 4 2/3 innings. But the last time out, he pitched very well against Houston in Atlanta. He did not allow an earned run, gave up 1 unearned run and just 2 hits in 7 innings, and got credit for the Braves' 7-5 victory in their decision over the Astros. Barker was 8-13 this year with the Cleveland Indians and had an ERA of over 5 in 24 starts before they traded him to the Braves for 3 players, 2 of whom will be named later. One, Rick Vahena, has already reported to the Cleveland organization. And, of course, the rumors are that the other 2 are Brett Butler, who's starting again today in left field for Atlanta, and the young third baseman Brooke Jacoby. Barker led the American League in strikeouts in both 1980 and 81, and he was second to Floyd Bannister last year. Barker had a perfect game against Toronto 2 seasons ago. So Rick Honeycutt against Lynn Barker today in a rubber game of the 3-game series on a beautiful sunny afternoon and a very warm afternoon in Los Angeles. The temperature again will be right around 100 degrees. The umpires will be Dick Stello behind the plate, Satch Davidson at first base, Ed Fargo at second, and Joe West at third. The Dodgers will fly to Houston tomorrow, take a day off tomorrow, and then open a 3-game series with the Astros on Tuesday night. Jerry Royce against Mike Scott Tuesday, Bob Welch facing Joe Niekro Wednesday, and Alejandro Pena and Nolan Ryan in a battle of fastballers on Thursday. All 3 of those games will be televised for you out of the Astrodome, as well as the 3 next weekend from San Francisco. So you'll be able to see the Dodgers out on the road in all 6 of their meetings away from home in this coming week at Houston and San Francisco on KTTV, the Dodger Television Network, and, as usual, on KABC and the Dodger Radio Network. Meanwhile, the Braves will be playing 5 of their next 8 games after today against the last-place Cincinnati Reds, and the other 3 go against the San Diego Padres. So a very important game again today for both teams. The Braves took the pressure off their shoulders last night, coming from behind for that 10-inning victory here. The third base coach of Atlanta is Dal Maxfield over at first. Sonny Jackson has been working this series. And Rick Honeycutt has completed his warm-up tosses to Jack Pemple, and we are ready to play baseball. The Dodgers and the Braves from Dodger Stadium. And now for the play-by-play, here's Jerry Doggett.
Thanks, Ross, and hi, everyone. It'll be Brett Butler to start it off now on a warm day here at Dodger Stadium. In fact, the whole of Southern California hit by a heat wave now as we have the ball game ready to go. We might have the smallest paid attendance for a sellout in a long time at Dodger Stadium. A lot of folks have not shown up at the ballpark as yet. Here's Butler at bat, and Butler last night got 2 key hits. In the 6th inning, beat out a bunt, and eventually came around to score the 2nd run. And in the 7th inning, singled through the left side of the infield to drive home Johnson with the tying run. That all came after 2 outs and put the Braves into position to win the game in overtime. So Brett Butler hitting .277, a very valuable player for the Braves. But as the rumors have it, he might be going to the Indians. Here's Honeycutt's first pitch inside, almost hit him. 1 ball and no strikes. Honeycutt started off like a house of fire with the Dodgers, beating the Philadelphia Phillies twice in his first 2 starts, and then lost to Montreal and lost to San Diego. So Rick Honeycutt with a 2-2 National League record to go with his 14-8 American League mark, 16-10 on the year, and the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, 1-1. Honeycutt and Barker have almost identical lifetime earned run averages in the American League, just a little bit over 4. So they now have come head-to-head here in a crucial game in the National League West. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Butler, fouled away on the ground, strike 2, 1-2. Honeycutt, in his 4 games as a Dodger, has worked 25 innings, given up 25 hits, struck out 14 and walked 5. Barker has 9 strikeouts in 11 2/3 innings and has walked 3. Pitched a good game and a mediocre game in his 2 outings. Honeycutt back on the grass, rubbing up the ball. Honeycutt, who pitched in Texas, should be right at home in this heat, although in Dallas they played most of their games at night, even on Sundays. Now the 1-2 pitch to the left-hand batter. And it hit him on the left hand. And that pitch high and inside, and Butler got it on the hand. And as he rubs the hand, and make it the right hand now as he's rubbing away at it. And he will be on first base, but first of all, Joe Torre and the trainer, Dave Pursley, come out to check him. So Honeycutt had the count of the ball and 2 strikes on him, and he tried to bend a curveball, but it slipped and stayed up high. And Butler couldn't get the hand out of there, and he got nailed on the right hand. So Torre is there, straightening out his batting glove, which they took off his hand immediately, and Pursley now looking at the hand, and we'll see if Butler can stay in there. Butler, a left-hand hitter, and it's a tribute to him that he plays against left-hand pitching. Meanwhile, at the mound, the Dodgers have a little meeting as Guerrero, Fimple, and Russell all come to the mound, and they're talking with Honeycutt. Okay, Butler goes to first base, and Honeycutt now back on top. And here's Jerry Royster, the second baseman, coming up. Royster hitting .248, 3 home runs, 27 RBIs, and he had a key hit in the 10th inning last night, his only hit of the game, but it set up the winning run as he singled and drove Butler around to third. So Honeycutt starts off a little wobbly with a hit batter. Royster at bat, good hit and run man. Butler has stolen 33 and draws a throw. Butler 33 steals, and 18 times he's been caught. Jerry Royster waiting deep in the batter's box, slightly closed stance, and Honeycutt's pitch to him is in there for a strike, 0-1. Our first final score of the day is in, and Montreal, the leader in the East, has beaten New York by a score of 4-0, a shutout for Charlie Lee, his 15th win of the year. So Montreal will stay on top no matter what happens. In the other game, it's 5-3, Philadelphia leading Pittsburgh in the bottom of the 8th inning. Throw to first again, and Butler dives back in. So the Expos win their 73rd game, and they will stay on top. They've had a pretty good homestand. 1 strike count to Royster. Ramirez on deck, and Murphy batting 4th after he hit 3rd last night. Here again is Honeycutt with a long look, and again a move to first base, and again Butler gets back. Honeycutt, of course, well aware that Butler be the primary base stealer for the Atlanta Braves. They've stolen 128 bases, which is not too bad. Honeycutt last year 5-17. This year much better in the American League, 14-8. Albuquerque lost last night, so the Dodgers have added 2 new players, infielder Taveras and pitcher Larry White. Here again is Honeycutt with a look at Butler, a big lead. And again, he has to go over there because Butler's too far off. So Honeycutt making some leisurely throws to first base. Hasn't really shown him a good move yet, just throwing it over there. Big ball game, especially for the Dodgers, as they go out on the road, and the Braves now will have a little break in the schedule. There goes the runner. Here's a ball fouled at the plate, and it's strike 2. After today, the Braves will go to Cincinnati for 2, and then go home to play San Diego 3 and Cincinnati 3. So they play Cincinnati 5 times in the next 8 games, and they have 2 days off to help them out. They will face Mario Soto on Tuesday in Cincinnati and Frank Pastore on Wednesday. Then the Dodgers go into Atlanta for a weekend series. The Braves wind up on the road, 3 in Houston, 3 in San Diego. Here's the pitch on the way. Royster takes high for a ball, 1-2. And that time Butler was not running. Honeycutt 1-1 with 2 starts at Dodger Stadium. And he's 1-1 out on the road with 2 starts, winning at Philadelphia, losing in Montreal. Royster, speedy runner, tough man to double up. Honeycutt, of course, has thrown up a lot of ground balls since he's been with the team. Here's the look and the 1-2 pitch, and again a throw to first base. So Honeycutt trying to keep his runner tied up at first so that he can't get the jump. 1-2. Good count for a pitch out if they think he's going, and Butler probably is not going just because of that. Again, Honeycutt with a slow set. Stops at the belt, and again he throws to first base. So he and Brock are playing catch. He's made more throws to first than he has to the plate here. And Royster walks out of the batter's box. The Dodgers lead by 2 and would certainly like to send the Braves on to Cincinnati 3 behind. The Braves would love to go out 1 behind, and they would feel they'd be in a very good spot. Honeycutt ready, the 1-2 look. And the runner goes, pitch on the way, bouncer back to Honeycutt, and he has no play at second. They had him on the move, and Royster bounces back to the pitcher for the out, and Butler takes second. So the speedy runner going and the hitter swinging away. The Braves stay out of the double play, and here's Ramirez at bat. Ramirez has had a terrific year. Rafael hitting .302 with 6 home runs, 51 runs batted in. He had a triple and a single in last night's game. Drove in a run and scored a run. And boy, has he been a big guy in the Braves attack, even though he's made 33 errors with the glove and the arm. So Ramirez trying to get Butler home. Butler was nicked by a pitch to open the game. Honeycutt with a look back at second. The pitch on the way to Ramirez. In there for a strike, 0-1. 0-1 the count. Well, you ask, would it be an advantage to the pitcher or to the offense facing one another for the first time? Pitcher might have a little edge. There's a liner hit behind second base, 1 hop to Sachs. He'll hold the runner, throw to first in time. So Ramirez out on a soft liner, 1 hop to Sachs back of the bag, and here's Murphy at bat. .309 batting average. The advantage would seem to be with the pitcher, especially if he's well coached as to the hitter's weaknesses. The hitters do not know exactly how he's going to try to pattern his pitches. So a good control pitcher might have an edge at least the first time that he faces a lineup. Time called now. They have an open base and a left-hand batter on deck, and Peranowski's going to come out. And I would guess he's going to ask Honeycutt, do you want to pitch to this guy or to the next one, the left-hand batter? So we'll get the answer in a moment. This Peranowski's out there talking to Honeycutt. Chambliss is a left-hand batter. Murphy, of course, is only the league leader in RBIs, right there with 31 home runs. Doesn't mean to say that Chambliss is not a tough out and hangs in pretty well against left-handers, but now Peranowski goes back, and we'll see what the decision is going to be. They give him his choice. Sometimes they do not give a pitcher the choice to say, hey, put him on. All right, Fipple stands up behind the plate, now goes down, and apparently they're going to pitch to Murphy. Okay, Big Dale up there waiting, and Honeycutt set. And the pitch on the way to Murph. Fastball is inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Murphy against the Dodgers this year has hit only .185. He has 2 home runs and 6 runs batted in. So despite a low average, he's had some timely hits. Now the 1-0 count. It might be a case of trying to pitch carefully to him. Sometimes you can get hurt doing that. Murphy takes down low, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. And now Honeycutt's looking toward the dugout and thinks somebody hollered out to him. He's looking again, and we'll see what it's going to be. They're going to give him 4. Fipple holds up his hands. So Murphy's going to get the intentional walk now. It's a matter of throwing a couple down in the dirt to him, make him chase some batters, maybe get him in a hole. But now, here in the very first inning, Murphy's going to get an intentional walk. So ball 3 to Murphy, and now ball 4, and here's Chris Chambliss. And he's not an All-American out by any means. Chambliss against the Dodgers is only hitting .357.
First baseman.
And he's had 1 home run, 5 runs batted in, and for Chambliss, it really doesn't make much difference whether it's a right-hand pitcher or a left-hand pitcher. He drove in a run last night against Zachary in the 10th inning, a little window dressing for the Braves. He didn't start. He came on as a pinch hitter in that 10th. All right, 2 outs, 2 on in the first inning, and Honeycutt trying to weather the storm as he pitches to Chambliss. Swing and a miss. Good slider. Strike one. The outfield is straight away. Sachs is playing on the outfield grass on the right side against Chambliss, who doesn't run too well. So Sachs can go back a little bit to increase his range. First inning, 2 on, 2 out, and Honeycutt set the pitch on the way. Just missed with a fastball, low and outside, 1-1. Honeycutt in the American League gave up 9 home runs, and so far in the National League has given up 2 in 25 innings. Chambliss has power, 18 home runs, 74 runs batted in. Now the 1-1 look. Here's the pitch. Down low, ball 2. 2-1, and on deck is young Brad Cummins, the rookie right fielder. And Honeycutt has fallen behind now to the left-hand hitter. They walked Murphy to get to him. Now the 2-1 look, and here's the pitch. Line drive at Sachs. Side is retired. They got away with it. Line drive right to the second baseman. No runs, no hits, 2 left, and the score at the end of a half inning. Dodgers nothing, Braves nothing.
Caffeine-free cola you're going to drink just for the taste of it.
Diet Coke, yeah, Diet Coke. Look on the taste of Coca-Cola.
Now there's Diet Coke and new caffeine-free Diet Coke.
Leave it to Coca-Cola. They got it right. 1 calorie and caffeine-free and real cola taste.
Just for the taste of it. Just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
Now everybody's happy.
Friends, here's a quick quiz for you. What rare, almost extinct product can you find at Union 76 stations and almost nowhere else? Well, if you drive an older car with a high compression engine, you probably know the answer right away. Of course, it's Union 76 Super, leaded premium, the type of gasoline those older cars were designed to run on. So if you'd rather run your car on leaded premium but can't seem to find it, just come to where you see the big orange ball and ask for Union 76 Super, and you'll fill her up with spirit. The spirit of 76.
A California beach party in cold, crisp old Milwaukee. Or smooth, golden old Milwaukee light. Man, it doesn't get any better than this.
There's nothing like the flavor of America. Old Milwaukee beer. Old Milwaukee. And old Milwaukee light. Tastes as great as the name.
Stroh Brewery, Detroit, Michigan. All right.
Well, we go along to the bottom of the first inning, and the Dodgers get their first look at big Len Barker. Barker is out of Fort Knox, Kentucky. And, of course, the Braves, and I'm sure this line's been used before, hope that there's gold in that big right arm of Len Barker out there, out of Fort Knox. He was with Cleveland for the last 5 years and came over in that deal just a couple of weeks ago. Barker, so far on the year, has pitched twice, worked 4 2/3 innings against St. Louis, gave up 10 runs and 10 hits and 5 runs. Against Houston, 7 innings, gave up 2 hits and 1 run. So he did a complete about-face. He had to leave the last game with a slightly pulled groin muscle aggravated by running the bases. The rumors were that Barker had a sore shoulder and might have to undergo operation. But the Braves perhaps must have had a physical examination for him before they invested so much in him. So the big guy stands 6'4", 225-pounder, ready to work the sacks now in the first inning. Barker began his career in the Texas Rangers organization, so both he and Honeycutt have a touch of Texas in them, although he's been in Cleveland the last 5 years. He pitched a perfect game against Toronto in 1981. A perfecto. Here's the pitch from the big right-hander. Fastball is in at the knees, strike one. He primarily is a fastball pitcher. He came to the Braves for 3 players to be named later. One of them has already been named and is gone, Rick Bahena. Sachs swings at a slider, strike 2. Sachs has had a tough series against the Braves. 0 for 5 last night and 1 hit in the first game. Sachs against the Braves hitting .310 on the year. The Dodgers had several chances last night to win in regulation, but they couldn't break through Bedrosian and wound up losing in the 10th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Slider is down low. Benedict to his knees to block it. 1-2. The Dodgers last night, in case you missed it, had the leadoff man on in the 7th. They had 2 on in the 8th, and they had the leadoff man get on in the 9th. But they couldn't move him around. Also had the leadoff man get on in the 6th inning. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Sachs takes low with a breaking ball, and it's 2-2. The Dodgers last night with 8 base hits. 2 of those to Guerrero and 3 to Reynolds. Two count to Sachs. Barker delivers. There's a bouncer over the mound in front of second base. Coming fast, Royster off balance. Throw is in time. 1 away. So Royster had to hurry to make his play and get Sachs. 1 down, and the batter will be Bill Russell.
Batting second, number 18, the shortstop, Bill Russell.
The last night it was Guerrero 3, Reynolds 3, and Simple 2. So not too many Dodgers contributed to the offense last night. You got to spread those hits around to make them productive. If you have them grouped by 1 or 2 hitters, you don't get too many runs. Here's Russell, 263 average, and against the Braves, hitting 256. Barker into the windup, and his pitch to Russell is a fastball. That's low, 1 ball and no strikes. Big Len Barker. The Braves were trying to obtain Honeycutt at the same time the Dodgers were, so after the Dodgers got Honeycutt, the Braves kept shopping around in the American League and made the deal with Cleveland. Here's a fastball, swung on and fouled back, 1 ball and 1 strike to Russell. In head-to-head games this year, the Dodgers have won 9 and lost 5, and with this game, 4 more left. 3 in Atlanta, 2 weekends from now. And, of course, we'll have the label, another big crucial series. The first time the Dodgers went to the Atlanta camp this year in June, it was labeled as a crucial series. The season wasn't even half over. Russell takes a curve low ball, 2-1. So both teams taking a look at new pitchers. Dodgers taking a look at Barker for the first time, and the Braves at Honeycutt for the first time, and they'll probably pitch in the big series in Atlanta 2 weeks away. Here's a strike at the knees, and it's 2-2 to Russell. Baker on deck, and Guerrero to follow. Barker went from the Rangers to Cleveland in a trade that involved Bobby Bonds for Larvell Blanks and Jim Kern. Now the 2-2 look. Blanks, of course, was a former Brave. And the pitch on the way to Russell. Curve low, ball free, 3-2. Last year in the American League, Barker won 15 games and lost 11. And had an earned run average of 3.9. Lifetime earned run average at 4.24. 3-2, payoff pitch on the way to Russell. Barker into the windup, and the pitch is fouled back, and it's still a 3-2 count. Barker goes into a rather a coiling motion, and for a big guy, he looks like a slow motion picture as he kind of leans back, bends himself together, and then comes out of it. Now 3-2 count. He has a rather unorthodox style of winding up. Hands over the head, bends at the middle, high kick. The pitch is popped foul down the first base line out of play, and the count holding at 3-2. Trying to think of some pitcher whom you might have seen that looks like him. Just offhand can't recall any. 3-2. Barker working carefully. It's a hot afternoon. It's going to be a slow process for the pitchers out there. Honeycutt pitched with extreme caution in the first inning, especially after Butler got on, hit by a pitch ball. Honeycutt didn't want to get in the hole in the very first inning. Now the 3-2 pitch on the way to Billy. Popped up foul again out of play off to the right. And the count holding at 3-2. Good crowd on hand. Of course, this series was announced as a sellout a long time ago. But today with the heat, a lot of folks decided to stay home and perhaps listen or watch the game. Or go to the beach. Or just stay indoors in the air conditioning. 3-2 count. Now the windup. Barker's pitch again to Russell. One hopper to second baseman Jerry Royster. Picks it up, throws him out, and we have 2 away. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
Number 12.
This is Bruce Babbage. Stick with the home team, the Sun Devils, on News Radio 620 KTAR Phoenix.
Here's Dusty Baker at bat. Dusty hitting .258. He was 0 for 4 last night, got on base on a walk and on an error. And he was 0 for 3 in the first game of the series. And Baker hitting .200 against Atlanta for the year. Big Len Barker into the windup, and here's his pitch. Fastball at the knees for a strike. 0-1 the count. 0-1. Guerrero on deck and Marshall to follow. Barker checking. Len delivers, and the off-speed pitch is inside. Bounced in the dirt. 1-2. 1-1. The Dodgers on the road, and they'll have a lot of work to do on this next road trip. It won't be easy. 3 against Houston with Scott, Niekro, and Ryan. Against Royce, Welsh, and Pena. And then to San Francisco for 3, and the Dodgers have had a bad time in San Francisco this year. They've won 2 and lost 4. The 1-1 pitch to Baker. Strike on the outside corner. Good fastball jumped in there. 1-2 with 2 outs. Barker trying to retire the Dodgers in order in his first appearance against them. Now the big guy reads a sign from Benedict, and here's the pitch on the way. Baker takes one low for a ball. 2-2. The Braves felt they were in a bind for starting pitching because some of their young starters had been faltering. McMurtry had had his problems, hadn't won in 9 starts. Perez was a little shaky. Niekro was pitching well, but they were really searching for another starting pitcher. And when the Dodgers got Honeycutt, they felt they just had to do it to stay in the race. All right, a 2-2 count to Baker. Barker winds and delivers. Ground ball hit up the middle, hits the side of the mound, bounces off toward Ramirez, makes his play in time. If the ball doesn't hit the mound, it might go through the center field. But Ramirez throws him out, and the Dodgers gone on 3 ground balls, and the score at the end of 1 inning, 0-0.
Boy, talk about a perfectionist. Nothing short of a perfect score is good enough for Farmer John. What I mean is every year Farmer John enters many of his products for taste testing at the California State Fair. And last year, of the hundreds of fairgoers who tried his bacon, for example, a whopping 97.7% endorsed its great taste. Indeed, 97.7%. That's enough to win an award of excellence, of course, and going away. But Farmer John, ever the perfectionist, worries about that other 2.3% of taste testers. Maybe they just weren't hungry, he says. But at any rate, may I suggest to you who haven't tried Farmer John bacon that you make your own taste test? One morning soon, crisp up a pan full and then savor the wonderfully smoke-hearty western flavor of this bacon. You'll become a believer fast. Imagine, 97.7% winning score. That other 2.3%, well, I sort of go along with Farmer John. Maybe those folks just weren't hungry at the time, I think.
On the scoreboard, one final, Montreal beat New York 4-0. A shutout for Charlie Lee, his 15th win of the year. They had 45,000 on hand in Montreal. Philadelphia came up with 2 runs in the 7th inning and now trying to protect the lead in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ron Reed pitching, and it is 5-3 in favor of Philadelphia, trying to keep pace with Montreal. St. Louis and Chicago are tied in the 9th inning at 1-1. Stuper against Smith in the 9th inning. Cincinnati nothing, San Diego nothing at the end of 2, and Houston, San Francisco no score. They're at the end of 1 inning of play. In the American League, the Angels play the White Sox this evening. White Sox have won 6 straight. And let's see, Toronto 5-10, 15, 16-6. Toronto is leading Oakland in the 9th inning. And it is 5-1, Baltimore over New York. That game's in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Baltimore trying to put the Yankees out of sight. What about Detroit? Detroit is winning 5-2 in the 6th inning, and Kansas City beat Minnesota 3-1. Okay, here's young Brad Cummins, K-O-M-M-I-N-S-K, one of the outstanding players in the International League this year. getting his chance to start in a big ball game. He joined the club when the Dodgers were in Georgia in middle of August. Honeycutt's pitch to him is a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1. Honeycutt hit a batter and then got the 3 outs after he had walked Murphy intentionally for the chance to pitch to the left-hand batter, Chambliss. Chambliss lined out the second. So Rick Honeycutt into the windup and comments it's a bouncing ball to third. Guerrero comes up, gets a nice hop, throws across in time. We have 1 away. 1 down. The batter will be Bruce Benedict, hitting .297, 1 home run, 37 RBIs. The Dodger pitching staff an earned run average of 2.98, and the Braves a team batting average of 275. So you have the best in each column going at it here this afternoon. The Braves the best hitting team in the league, and the Dodgers the best earned run average by the pitching staff. We have 1 out and nobody on, no score. We're in the second inning. The Dodgers, of course, feel that it is a big game for them. The Braves have to win to get close, but the Dodgers feel that they would be a little more comfortable if they could win this one because they're going out on the road, and the Braves will soon be home where they really play well. First pitch to Benedict, ball 1. Checketta hit the corner for a strike. Next pitch is low for a ball, 1-1. The Braves at home have won 41 and lost 28. The Dodgers right now have the best home record, 44-29, because they've played more games at home than have the Braves. The 1-1 pitch, Benedict grounds one behind second base. Sacks backhands turn, makes a good throw. Got him on a good stretch by Brock. Great play. Apparently all those throwing errors by Sacks ended on August the 5th. Right here against Atlanta. He made a great play to backhand that ball and had enough on his throw, just enough, to get it to Brock with a good stretch to dig it out. 2 down now, and here's Randy Johnson at bat. And Johnson had a lot to do with last night's game. 2 outs in the 7th inning, got a single, and then they had another base hit. Kaminsky got a pinch hit, and Butler got the base hit to tie the game. There's a line drive to left field by Randy Johnson. So Johnson singles to left. He was hitting .274 coming into the game, and now the pitcher, Len Barker, will be at bat. Barker, of course, never had a plate appearance in the American League at Texas and Cleveland.
Batting ninth.
And so in his last game, he collected his first major league hit in the win over Houston. That doesn't really tell us whether he's a good hitter or not, and even he would not know. How would he know? Barker is a big guy, stands in now with 2 outs, and the first hit of the game goes to Randy Johnson. Single to left field. The pitch to Barker. In there for a strike, 0-1. Big Len Barker. 0-1 to count. Honeycutt delivers. Breaking ball. Strike 2, swinging. Barker's had 2 at-bats, 1 hit, and he has sacrificed twice. 0-2 the count. Butler is on deck. The ball game is in the second inning, a warm day. Here's a fastball low, 1-2. The Braves go to Cincinnati. The Dodgers go to the cool indoors of Houston. This might be our last really hot game of the year, weather-wise. Now the 1-2 pitch to Barker. High outside, ball 2, and he's filled out the... run it out even to 2-2. Johnson on first. Butler walking back toward the dugout. It's too hot out in the on-deck circle. He's going to go back over there a minute and inspect the bat. Barker swings and misses strike 3 to retire the side. So Honeycutt gets his strikeout, his first, and the score going to the bottom of the second. Dodgers nothing, Braves nothing.
If you're in the market for a new pickup truck, your Datsun dealer has one that's tough to beat. Nissan trucks. And for a limited time, they are yours at 8.8 annual percentage rate financing. That's right, 8.8% on every rugged new Nissan truck on the lot. You get the power, the cab room, and the double wall bed you need at the low factory financing you want. Think of it. 8.8% financing on rugged 4x4s with front hubs that lock automatically. Heavy-duty long beds that haul over a ton. Diesels, king cabs, sport trucks, the works. One hunk of a truck at one heck of a value. 8.8% finance. But you do have to hurry. Now get the lowest annual percentage rate financing available, 8.8% to qualified buyers for a limited time only and only at participating Datsun dealers.
Phoenix General Hospital now offers 2 urgent care centers at convenient locations. Bell West Urgent Care and Medical Center, 43rd Avenue and Bell Road, is now open at any time of the day or night. A new satellite facility, the Maryvale Urgent Care Center, is located at 83rd Avenue and West Indian School Road. It's open Monday through Thursday from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. and 24 hours a day on weekends from 7 a.m. Friday till 11 p.m. on Sunday. Stop by either urgent care center and pick up a free first aid kit.
Well, we move along to the bottom of the second inning. The pace rather leisurely and slow on a Sunday afternoon, a warm day in Los Angeles. Guerrero, Marshall, and Brock now will come on to face Big Len Barker, the Atlanta right-hander. The Braves move along to Cincinnati. They will have Pascual Perez against Mario Soto on Tuesday, and Niekro goes against Pastore on Wednesday. And then the Braves get another day off, so they have a couple of breaks in the schedule with 2 days off. The Dodger day off comes tomorrow, and then it'll be a long haul for them.
For the Dodgers leading off.
They will have one more off day on September the 22nd before they go to Atlanta. But both of the Dodger off days will be travel days. The Braves have 3 off days, while the Dodgers have just 2. But the Dodgers do not have any doubleheaders. The Braves will have 1 in Houston. Here's Guerrero at bat. And Pedro waiting, 294 average. Barker winds up and delivers a fastball that's high, 1 ball and no strikes. Pedro's had 26 hits in his last 66 at-bats, including a super road trip his last time around. 1 ball and no strikes as Guerrero waits. Barker looks like a man in slow motion as he delivers, and it's fouled away to the right out of play, 1-1. Final score, the Phillies have beaten the Pirates 5-3. So Philadelphia stays a half a game back, and the Pirates go to 2 games back. They'll wait and see how the Cardinals come out. They're tied, and the game of musical chairs continues in the East. But Montreal wins and Philadelphia wins, so they stay a half a game apart. 1-1 to Guerrero, and the pitch on the way. High again, ball 2, 2-1. Barker goes in such a slow and leisurely wind-up, and when he releases the ball, apparently it jumps out of his hand. And he looks like he's just kind of going to lob the ball up there. He must be very deceptive, at least the first time you see him. Here's the windup, and the 2-1 pitch on the way. That's low, ball 3, 3-1. 3 balls and a strike. Guerrero waiting, batting in the number 4 slot. Marshall and Brock on deck. And the 3-1 pitch on the way. Popped up foul. That's going to carry into the second level. Count pulls out at 3-2. The Dodgers with 82 wins, 60 losses. The Braves 80 and 62. So they're 2 apart. Played the same number of games. Barker reading a sign from Benedict, and the 3-2 pitch coming up. He winds and delivers. Guerrero hits a fly ball to left field, playable. Butler started back, now comes in and makes the catch for the out. So Guerrero hits a fly ball to shallow left field, 1 away, and Mike Marshall will be the batter. Marshall hitting .281, 16 home runs, 58 runs batted in. So here's Marshall. Marshall against the Braves this year, hitting just .200 with 1 home run and 3 RBIs. So he's been held pretty well in check. Dodgers have a team average against the Braves of .263. Marshall takes a fastball at the knees, strike 1. 0-1 to count. Honeycutt against Barker in the game here this afternoon. Dodgers will have Jerry Royce open the Houston series. Broadcast time 5:15 for the first two, 3:45 for the third game on Thursday. Marshall looks at a breaking ball down outside, 1-1. A ball and a strike is the count to Mike Marshall. Last half of the second, Greg Brock on deck, to be followed by R.J. Reynolds. Now again, the 1-1 look. Wind up and down it comes. Marshall loops one over shortstop, base hit. Sounded like he hit the ball off the end of the bat and had just enough on it to clear Ramirez' leaping try. And the Dodgers have their first hit of the game, and here's Brock. Greg hitting .218. 20 homers, 62 runs batted in. And against the Braves, 2 homers, 2 RBIs. So Brock at bat, trying to move the Dodgers along now with R.J. Reynolds, the rookie center fielder, on deck. 1 out, 1 on, no score. We're in the second inning. And Barker up with the arms. The pitch to Brock, taken knee high inside for a ball, 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. Marshall takes a short lead away from Chambliss as Barker looks over. The pitch to Brock, taken high, ball 2, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Barker takes a hitch in his belt, tugs at his sleeves, wearing a long sleeve shirt on a day like today. That keeps the perspiration from going down your hands and the ball all slick. 2-0 count. And Brock takes low, ball 3. So it's a 3 ball, no strike count. Brock waiting. We'll see if he gets a green light, or if the Dodgers are going to put the hold sign on him. 3-0 count as Barker set at the belt, delivers, and it's ball 4. He walked him. So the Dodgers put 2 on. And here is Reynolds at bat. R.J. in last night's game had 3 hits. Drove in a run, stole a base, scored a run. So Reynolds at bat. Time now. Randy Johnson, the third baseman, wants another glove. So one of the trainers comes off the bench and runs out and tosses him a new glove. We would only guess that the one that he was playing with, or the one that he received now, had needed some repair work, and he'd left it in the dugout to be stitched up. And as soon as it was done, he asked for the new glove. All right, Reynolds at bat. Drove in a run last night. In fact, got the first Dodger run in with a pop fly single to left field in the 4th inning. The Dodgers scoring all came in the 4th. They got 3 then, and that was all they were to get. Here's Barker set to look. And the pitch on the way, and R.J. takes high, ball 1. Jack Pimple on deck, and Honeycutt to follow. 1 ball, no strikes. 15th meeting of the year between the Dodgers and the Braves. Now the 1-0 look. Waiting for Reynolds, and the pitch to him inside off the knees. Ball 2, and it's 2-0. Time. Here comes Bob Gibson with a few words of advice to Barker. He will bring Benedict out with him, and they'll have a little meeting. The outfield defense against Reynolds is over toward left. Murphy is off the mark in center, toward left center. They put a gap for Reynolds in right center and give him most of the right field line. And Butler is shaded a little bit toward the line in left field. Okay, Gibson goes back into the dugout. Reynolds at bat, trying to give the Dodgers an early lead. Both games the Dodgers have taken the lead. Here's the stretch, the 2-0 pitch on the way. In there for a strike, 2-1, Reynolds taking. Now he can be swinging. R.J. last night hit a ball to left center, a ball to left field, and a ball to right field. So he moved it around pretty well last night. He pulled the ball in the ninth inning. Here's the 2-1 look. Barker delivers, and Reynolds swings and misses at a letter-high fastball, 2-2. Reynolds gives you the idea that he has a quick bat. He really is an aggressive-looking hitter up there. Of course, he was playing in San Antonio, which is Double-A ball all year. And now he's facing a major league veteran in a real test. And Landreau, no telling when Kenny's going to be back. His foot is still bothering him.
The game continues at the beginning of side 2 after a short delay.
Now the 2-2 look. And the pitch on the way. Foul out of play, and the count is still 2-2 to Reynolds. The Dodgers had hoped to be able to use Landreau even last night as a pinch hitter, but he felt that he couldn't make it. So instead, they had to use Mundy and Bream. 2-2 with one out. Reynolds hanging over the plate. Bat kind of revolving, tired of waiting, backs out. RJ, 341 batting average in the minors, but that's way down low. He's going to get a lot of testing here in the last few weeks of this season, though. Now the 2-2 look. The check and the pitch on the way. Popped up. Shallow left field. Butler coming in and calling. Left fielder waiting under it now and makes the catch for the out. He had to fight a bright sky, but he hung in there. So Reynolds fly ball to shallow left for the second out, and here's Pimple at bat. Jack Pimple with 2 RBIs last night on a bloop single to right field. So he and Reynolds drove in all of the Dodger runs last night, and now Benedict goes to the mound to talk to Barker with 2 out and 2 on in the second inning. And no score. The Braves trying to win a series from the Dodgers for the first time. Each time these two clubs have met, the Dodgers have taken 2 out of 3. Here's Pimple, 14 RBIs, and he's had some big ones. Now the stretch and the look, and Barker's pitch to him. Fastball low, ball one. Honeycutt is on deck. 1-0 the count. The Dodgers haven't done a lot of run making against the Braves. 3 in each game, and in the first game, Pena drove in 2 of those after 3 walks. The 1-0 lick. Pitch to Fimple, swing and a miss, 1-1. One ball, one strike. Fimple backs out a moment. Now back in there again. 1-1 with 2 out and 2 on, no score. And Barker set again to deliver, and Fimple takes outside with a slider, 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Against the Braves this year, Fimple has 7 hits in 23 at-bats, a .304 average. 5 runs batted in against them. Now the 2-1 look. Here's the pitch. Line drive, right field, along the line, fair ball, extra bases. Here's 1 run in. Here is Brock around third, being waved to the plate. The girl goes to second base, down to the plate, not in time. A double for Fimple. So Jack Fimple hits a line drive down the right field line. It hit fair by a foot or two, peeled off into the warning track, and before Brad Cummins could get there, he threw back to second base. Amalfitano had Brock running all the way, and 2 runs score. The Dodgers take an early 2-0 lead on a big double by Jack Fimple. Here's Honeycutt at bat now with a chance to help out. Takes low for a ball, 1-0. Boy, has Jack Fimple chipped in with some big base hits for the Dodgers since he joined the team a couple of months ago. Honeycutt 1 for 8 and 1 RBI. 2-0 Dodgers. Here's Barker's pitch now on the way to Honeycutt. Grounded to third base near the bag, and Johnson will pick it up and tag Fimple coming down, and the side is retired. But Jack Fimple, a double to right. The Dodgers pick up 2 runs, 2 hits, leave a man, and the score at the end of 2. 2-0 Dodgers.
Something's happening at Union 76 dealers all over town. Something you should know about if your engine knocks or pings. Something you should know about if you think the only solution to that noisy engine is unleaded premium. On all our Union 76 unleaded pumps, we're putting a big plus to show on the outside what's been inside our unleaded regular for a long time. A big plus. Extra spirit. 76 unleaded regular has more spirit than other unleaded regulars to help your engine run more smoothly, run quietly. So the next time you're looking for a gasoline that can help silence knocks and pings, try the unleaded with a big plus. Union 76 unleaded. And get more spirit without having to pay for premium unleaded. Now that's something you should know about.
There's a place in orange farm where Friday people live. Come in and go with the spirit of Sunday grace.
At Denny's restaurants, we use only high-quality ingredients for everything on our menu, and then we prepare them the way you would at home. Take our egg dishes. We cook them in a pan, not on a griddle, using real butter. Or every one of our tender, juicy hamburgers made from 100% lean beef and grilled to your order, never in advance. We take the same care in preparing everything at Denny's, where you'll like our prices and you'll love our food 24 hours a day.
Well, the Dodgers lead by 2, and Rick Honeycutt now ready to go to work to the Atlanta Braves. Top of the order, Butler, Ramirez, and Murphy due up here. As Jack Fimple doubled into the right field corner to drive home Marshall and Brock. Marshall had singled and Brock had walked. And Fimple now has 16 runs batted in. And you have to say about half of those have been very crucial. He drove in 2 last night. Another final, St. Louis stays in the hunt. They beat the Chicago Cubs 2-1. Got a run in the 9th inning. So the Cardinals go past Pittsburgh into third place and stay a game and a half back. Well, that's some race, isn't it? Montreal, 73 wins. Philadelphia, 73 wins. Pittsburgh, 72, and St. Louis, 72. And 2 games separate the first 4 clubs. That's the biggest separation they've had for a while. Since Pittsburgh lost today, they dropped 2 behind. Here's the leadoff batter, Brett Butler, nicked on the hand by a pitch in the first inning. Butler at bat, Royster on deck, and Ramirez to follow, and Honeycutt with a 2-run lead to work on. The Dodgers hope they can get a long stand out of Honeycutt today, so they don't have to go to the bullpen. Howe is tired. Niedenfuhr has been worked a lot. So Tommy would really like to get a big lead in the ball game and maybe give his bullpen a little bit of a rest. But it would appear to be a tough assignment against the Braves, who are a very good hitting ball club and can really come from behind. The first pitch is outside, ball 1. 1-0 to Butler. Royster on deck and Ramirez to follow. Here's the look and the pitch on the way. Fly ball to left center field. Coming up is Reynolds. Flips down the glasses and makes the catch for the out. A Butler fly ball to center. The Dodgers, of course, are trying to stay in first place, and they're playing a couple of kids who spent most of the year in the minors, right? But for Fimple and Reynolds to do well in the late stages of the race is remarkable. Especially Fimple, who stepped into that spot behind the plate. Royster takes down low. Now Honeycutt to the windup and the 2-0 pitch. A high chopper over third into left field for a base hit. So Royster beat that ball down on the dirt, and it just took a big high hop over Guerrero and out into left field. Here's Ramirez coming on. He grounded out to second baseman Sachs his first time up. So 2 hits given up by Honeycutt. That a high chopper down on the hard, baked out ground. Honeycutt now hoping to throw up a ground ball, double play ball to Ramirez. The Dodgers have turned 115 double plays. The Braves have hit into 143, but they've also turned 164. Throw to first, not in time. They lead the league in double plays that they have turned. Pitch comes in low for a ball. And they lead the league in grounding into double plays. 1 ball and no strikes to Ramirez. A right-hand hitter, and he's been on a season-long tear. Here's the look and the pitch to him. Taken low, ball 2, as Honeycutt's sinker dipped a little too low. Honeycutt says when he is on, his ball is dipping down around the knees. He is most effective, and of course, most sinker ball pitchers like to work that way. Start the ball at the knees and have the hitter chase it at their feet. 2-0 count. And the pitch to Ramirez. Outside, ball 3. And so now Honeycutt on the edge of flirting with trouble, because after Ramirez, he gets Murphy, Chambliss, and then the big kid Cummins. But Murphy's the big guy next. 3-0 the count with 1 on and 1 out. The Dodgers leading 2-0 in the third inning. Here's the pitch on the way to Ramirez. Way high, he walked him. And now, that's the second walk given up by Honeycutt. The other was an intentional walk to Murphy, who comes to the plate now with 2 on and a chance to really hurt. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
I'm Patrick Pan, and if you want stimulating company, you have friends right here. Join Preston Westmoreland and me for weekday talk from 9 to 4 here on News Radio 620 KTAR Phoenix.
Okay, Murphy at bat was walked intentionally with first base open in the first inning. But now there's no place to put him. You got to work to him. Murphy here, 21 hits and 47 at bats. The pitch on the way to Murphy. High fly ball to left field, way back. And this ball is out of here. Braves lead 3-2. So with 1 swing of the bat. The Braves turn it around as Murphy hits a high, towering drive into the left field stands. His 32nd home run, his third this year against the Dodgers, and he now has 108 runs batted in, and Dale Murphy deals the Dodgers a severe blow with that one. Murphy leads the league in runs batted in, and he's 2 behind Mike Schmidt in home runs.
First baseman, Chris Chambliss.
On the first pitch, Honeycutt, whose sinker doesn't seem to be sinking too well, got one up there, and Murphy just hit it out of sight. High, towering fly ball, a Murphy specialty. So it's 3-2. We're in the third inning, and here's Chambliss at bat, lined up as Saxey's first time up. Breaking ball is down low, 1-0, but he walked Ramirez to really aggravate the issue. You really try to keep those guys off base ahead of a guy like Murphy. Here's a line drive, base hit back to center field for Chambliss. And he's on with a hit, and all of a sudden now the Braves are beginning to solve Rick Honeycutt.
Right fielder.
For Murphy, his third home run against the Dodgers, and he's hit all of them here at Dodger Stadium. The Braves now have hit 13 home runs against the Dodgers on the year. Brad Comins coming to bat, grounded to third his first time up. Honeycutt delivers, swing and a miss, strike one. Three to 2 Atlanta in the third inning. A single by Royster, a hard bouncer over the head of third baseman Guerrero, then a walk to Ramirez, and then Murphy's homer. Cummins takes inside and low for a ball, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Honeycutt, who won the first 2, beating Philadelphia, then lost his next 2 to San Francisco, to Montreal and San Diego, now behind to Atlanta. Here's the look, and the 1-1 pitch on the way. Ground ball to third. Guerrero backs up, makes his play to second base in time, and that's all they'll get, as Chambliss came sliding in to take Sachs out of the play. 5-4 put out at second base, and here's Benedict coming on. He grounded to Sachs his last time up.
Bruce Benedict.
Bruce hitting .297. They've held him in check pretty well. Benedict looking for his first hit of the series. But they have a runner at first base and 2 out in the third inning. But the home run by Murphy, his 32nd. He's on the pace to have another MVP year, especially if his team wins. They lead now 3-2. And Bert Hooton and Pat Zachary now are up in the Dodger bullpen. They will serve as the long men here today. Here's the pitch on the way. Sinker low, 1 ball and no strikes. For Honeycutt to be effective, of course, he's got to have that sinker really dipping. The 1-0 count. Can't afford to get the ball up. His big forte is getting ground ball outs. First 2 games he pitched, he gave up only 2 fly ball outs, 1 in each game. Now a lob throw to first base, and Comins is back on the bag. There's only been 1 fly ball out today, but there's been 1 ball out of the ballpark. Now throw to first base, not in time. He gave up a home run to Salazar and another home run to Kennedy in the game against San Diego. Kennedy, a left-hand batter, hit one in the bullpen. So Honeycutt has now yielded 3 home runs in the National League. 1 ball and no strikes. Benedict waiting with 2 out, and Comins a short lead at first. Here's the pitch. Runner goes, hit and run, drive to right field, base hit. Marshall over to cut it off, and Comins keeps right on going around to third. So they played hit and run, and Benedict gets his first hit of the series, a single to right. And now Randy Johnson will be the batter with runners on at first and third and 2 outs.
Third baseman, Randy Johnson.
So Randy Johnson will be the batter. And Russell comes in to talk to Honeycutt. Sachs is also in there. That is the 4th hit of the inning and the 5th of the game for the Braves against Rick Honeycutt. So the second time around, Honeycutt looks a little different to the Braves. Well, we hope the Dodgers can take another look at Barker when they see him for the second time around. 1 ball and no strikes. Randy Johnson singled for the first hit of the game in the second inning. Now the chance to add another run as Comins does a third, Benedict at first, and the pitch on the way. Bunted back toward the box. Honeycutt will make the play in the first in time. Johnson tried to bunt, and he had the right idea, but he bunted it a little bit too close to the mound. So he is out, and the side is retired. But the Braves show 3 runs on 4 hits. Leave 2. They've left 5 now, and the score going to the bottom of the third, Braves 3, Dodgers 2.
Now is the time when you think about all you have done. It wasn't easy, never is easy, but you know your moment's come. The feeling that you've shown yourself that you could. It wasn't easy, never is easy, but somehow you knew that you would. But why the lie? But why the lie? You heard it all so painfully. But why the lie? But why the lie?
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Then bring out your
There was a time when all Swiss cheese came from Switzerland. Today, only the original still does. The alpine meadowlands and mountain streams, the special breed of Swiss cows, the skills so carefully developed in more than 2,000 years of cheesemaking, all contribute to make Switzerland Swiss unique.
Sponsored by Switzerland Cheese Association.
Well, the Dodgers down by a run, and they will start with the top of the batting order here. Sachs, Russell, and Baker against Len Barker. So they get their second look at Barker. The Braves got their second look at Honeycutt. Royster singled, Ramirez walked, Murphy homered, Shambla singled, and Benedict singled. So a big Len Barker warming up now. The Dodgers had a lead of 3.5 games here recently against the Braves.
Second baseman.
And had a chance to take it to 4 last night, but missed that opportunity. And now they must battle to avoid having the deficit go back to 1. Here's Sachs at bat, and it hasn't been too productive a series for Steve Sachs. He's had only 1 hit in the 3 games. Batting average down to 272. When the series began, he was hitting 275. So Sachs at bat, and Barker ready to work to him here in the 3rd inning. Wind up in the pitch on the way. Fastball that stays high, 1 ball and no strikes. Russell is on deck, and Baker to follow. Len Barker. Big right-hander checking. Sachs trying to open up the bottom of the 3rd here with something. And takes 1 too high, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Against the Western Division teams, the Braves are 40-30. The Dodgers are only 2 over at 36-34. And of course, we're hand-to-hand combat for the rest of the way now in the West against the West. Sachs takes a strike, 2-1. The Dodgers on the road are 38-31. They're a little better than the Braves' road record, 39-34. But the teams are very even in most stats. Ground ball wide of first base. Chambliss over and throws behind Barker, makes a good save and carries it into the bag for the out. So Sachs grounds out. Chambliss to the pitcher covering.
Shortstop.
And here's Bill Russell at bat, grounded out to second his first time up. 1 away. Benedict coming leisurely back behind the plate. A warm day and nobody in too much of a hurry out there. Russell in there, 263 average. After today, the Dodgers have 6 home games left. The Braves will have 11 left. Now the pitch, little bunt, and popped up foul out of Benedict's reach. So Russell trying to bunt his way on and popped it foul on the third baseline. Benedict making a lunge for it, couldn't get to it. Strike one to Russell. The Dodgers 2 runs and 2 hits. Simple doubled home the 2. The Braves 3 runs and 5 hits, and Murphy homered for 3. One strike count. Russell waits. Barker slow and easy into the windup, and the pitch breaking ball low, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dusty Baker kneeling in the on-deck circle off to the left. Crowd kind of quiet. Soaking up a lot of sunshine and trying to stay cool. The 1-1 pitch. Russell, a big popper, wide of third, left field base hit. So Russell hits one through the left side of the infield just beyond Johnson. And he gets almost a duplicate of the base hit by Royster. Here's Baker at bat now. Dusty grounded to short his first time up. The Baker is hitting less than 200 against his ex-teammates. Of course, that's a rather odd word to use. He's played with the Dodgers longer than he did with the Braves, but he once played with the Braves. Not too many teammates left on the Atlanta club that were there. In fact, I don't think there are any. Maybe Necro. Pitch is fouled away to the right out of play. Strike one. So Baker at bat, Guerrero to follow. We're in the third inning, and the score is 3-2 Atlanta. In the heat of the day, we're not sure how long the pitchers are going to be able to go, how much stamina they have. That'll be the question. One strike count as Baker waits again. Here's the stretch by Barker, and the pitch on the way to Dusty. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. That pitch was in a good spot inside on him, and it's an 0-2 count to Baker. Len Barker, 6'4", 225-pounder from Fort Knox, Kentucky. The 0-2 count. Now the stretch to look, and a lob throw to first base. Russell back on the bag. The Braves had 8 men come to bat in the third inning. Now it's 0-2. Here's the pitch to Baker. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a breaking ball. So Barker gets his first strikeout. And that brings on Guerrero, who flied to left field his first time up. Pedro, with 28 home runs at 89 RBIs, has hit 6 home runs against the Braves, and he's driven in 10 runs against them. Tying run at first, 2 down in the third inning. Guerrero had 3 singles in last night's game. Now with 2 out, the pitch to Pedro. Strike on a fastball, 0-1. 0-1 count, 3-2 score. Bottom of the third, Russell away from Chambliss at first base, and here's Barker's pitch to Guerrero. Fly ball to right center field, and hit it deep. Back goes Murphy, away back to the wall, up against the fence. He came down with the ball. Murphy makes a sensational catch to take a home run away from Guerrero. So Murphy goes to the fence as far as he could go, leaped up high, and he's 6'4", and he appeared to catch the ball above the wall. The side is out on a great play by Murphy. And he shows you why he's an MVP, and the Dodgers miss a chance to catch up and maybe go ahead. As Murphy went as high as he could go up in the air, timed his leap, and his glove was above the fence when he caught it. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on. The score going to the fourth inning, 3-2 Braves.
At Denny's restaurants, we use only high-quality ingredients for everything on our menu, and then we prepare them the way you would at home. Take our egg dishes. We cook them in a pan, not on a griddle, using real butter. Or every one of our tender, juicy hamburgers made from 100% lean beef and grilled to your order, never in advance. We take the same care in preparing everything at Denny's, where you'll like our prices and you'll love our food 24 hours a day.
1 of every 5 Americans can't read well enough to fill out job applications, read warning labels, or read to their children. This is David Strang for KTAR and the Literacy Volunteers of Maricopa County. If you've ever wondered whether you could make a difference in someone's life, Literacy Volunteers could be your answer. You can learn to teach reading skills to another adult and open up an entire world for them. Literacy Volunteers of Maricopa County. They teach people to read. Just call 257-3609. That's 257-3609.
Dale Murphy putting on quite a show here this afternoon. A 3-run home run in the top half of the inning, and then apparently taking a 2-run home run away from Guerrero with a leaping catch off the fence in right center field. And so the Braves hold on to their 3-2 lead. The Dodgers turned back that time. A great play by Murphy. 3 runs and 5 hits for the Braves, 2 runs and 3 hits for the Dodgers. And Honeycutt warming up now. We'll take a look at the scoreboard. Final scores are in. Philadelphia beat Pittsburgh 5-3. Montreal over New York 4-0. And St. Louis beat Chicago 2-1. The Reds are leading San Diego 2-0 in the 4th inning down south. And Houston, San Francisco, no score in the 5th inning. Toronto beat Oakland 16-6. Baltimore over New York 5-3. Boston over Cleveland 4-1. And Kansas City beat Minnesota 3-1. Okay, let's move to the 4th inning. More play. Here's Vin Scully. Vinny?
Thank you, Jerry. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Sunday to you. Boy, what a catch by Dale Murphy. And we go to the 4th inning, and it's the Braves and Murphy 3 and the Dodgers and Pimple 2. Len Barker will start it off, then Brett Butler and Jerry Royster. And Rick Honeycutt ready, delivers, ground ball to the left of Russell. He one-hands it, picks it up, and throws him out. Barker thought he was going to have his second hit in the National League, and then he let up running as soon as he saw Russell flag it. So 1 down. Brett Butler, the left fielder, will be coming up. He was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning and flied to center in the 3rd. So Butler 0 for 1. Butler was telling me in the clubhouse before the game, he said, "Are you going to continue to say nice things about me when I'm in the American League?" So you know it's very much on his mind. The deal that brought Barker to the Braves. Rick Bahena already went to Cleveland, and Butler's supposed to go along with Brooke Jacoby. And it must be awfully tough to be giving your best for Atlanta, figuring you're going to be shipped out to a last-place team in the American League, Cleveland. 4th inning, 3-2 Atlanta. Guerrero playing Brett up inside the bag. Butler's born here in Los Angeles. He takes low and away, ball 1, 1-0. What a combination here. Rick Honeycutt and Len Barker. Honeycutt from Tennessee, Barker from Kentucky. Both were going to declare free agency, and both wound up multimillionaires. The 1-0 pitch inside, ball 2, 2-0. If you add the salaries, the estimated salaries of Honeycutt and Barker together, you're looking at $8 million worth of pitching today. The 2-0 pitch in there for a strike, 2-1. Honeycutt leading the American League in earned run average, and Barker twice led the American League in strikeouts and pitched a perfect game. One hopper at Russell, plays it beautifully and throws him out. Fine play by Bill. He's come up with 2 dandies here in the 4th inning.
Second baseman, Jerry Royster.
Jerry Royster hit back to the box in the 1st inning and singled to left in the 3rd. If you missed it, in the 2nd inning, Marshall singled and Brock walked, and with 2 out, Jack Pimple doubled inside the right field foul line to give the Dodgers 2. But in the 3rd inning with 1 out, Royster singled, Ramirez walked, and Murphy hit a home run. And then in the bottom of the 3rd, with Russell aboard, Murphy took a home run away from Guerrero. Ground ball knocked down by Russell. Recovers, throws, can't get him. Brock had to come off the bag and try to make the swipe tag, but Royster had already gone by. So a fine attempt by Russell to try and backhand the ball in the hole, and best he could do is knock it down. And the batter is Rafael Ramirez. Base hit for Royster if you're keeping score. So he is 2 for 3. Ramirez is 0 for 1. And Joe Torre was lavish in his praise of the way Ramirez has been playing, especially since Bob Horner was hurt. The pitch, a strike, 0-1. Torrey was saying Ramirez has become absolutely inspired since the injury to Horner. He's hitting .301 and just playing a magnificent shortstop. And he is deadly with men in scoring position. Royster at first, 2 out in the 4th inning. Honeycutt decides you better go over there. They might try and play hit and run. Remember, they did with Benedict and Comins in the 3rd inning. 0-1 the count to Rafael Ramirez. Royster, who runs well off the bag, held on by Brock. Honeycutt a look over there. And now Rick comes to the plate. Big overhand breaking ball, but he got it inside. 1-1. Dick Stello is the plate umpire. Satch Davidson at first, Ed Bargo, the crew chief, at second, and Joe West on the line at third. Honeycutt, left foot on the rubber, looks in to get a sign. Braves lead 3-2 in the 4th. And another throw, so Honeycutt figuring that the Braves are going to try and do some running, putting plays on, and really trying to keep the runners close at first. Rafael Ramirez with Dale Murphy on deck. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Honeycutt again goes to first base. Ramirez was hitting in the number 6 slot for quite a while, but they put him in the number 3 spot because he was playing so well, and that makes him the most important hitter in the lineup. The guy hitting ahead of Dale Murphy. The 1-1 pitch, there goes Royster, and it's hit down the right field line, and that's going to be a base hit. Marshall flags it. Over to third goes Royster, and the throw goes all the way through to Pimple. Holding at first is Ramirez. So they put another hit and run play on, sure enough, and Ramirez bangs a single to right, and here he comes. One of the outstanding young players in baseball today, the center fielder Dale Murphy. And Tommy Lasorda, with his head down, slowly walking out to the mound because Honeycutt has been singularly unimpressive today. Pat Zachary, who pitched briefly last night, is in the bullpen. Honeycutt has allowed 7 hits. He has walked 2 and hit a batter. He hit the leadoff man. That was an indication that he was going to have some trouble. So Honeycutt has a disappointing performance today. And before things get away, they're going to try Pat Zachary against Dale Murphy. That's why we were saying Ramirez is the most important hitter in that Atlanta lineup. He comes up with 2 down. You've got to get him, or you have your hands full wrestling a bear with Murphy. And Ramirez promptly singles to right to extend the inning. So the Braves are leading 3-2. Honeycutt goes out. Zachary will come in. We're going to have some time. Let's check the other games, and here's Jerry.
Okay, Vinny, in the American League East, they're all through today. Philadelphia beat Pittsburgh 5-3 to stay in a tie, stay a half a game behind Montreal, who won. Montreal beat New York 4-0 on a shutout by Charlie Lee. Reed got the win for Philadelphia against Guanti, as the Phillies scored twice in the 7th inning to pull that one out at Pittsburgh. And the Cardinals got a run in the 9th inning to beat the Chicago Cubs 2-1, and they beat Lee Smith. Stuper got the win, and DeSuter had to get him out in the bottom of the 9th. Willie McGee drove in the winning run. It's 2-0 Cincinnati with Russell going against San Diego down south. That's in the 5th inning. Houston and San Francisco, it is 0-0 in the 5th inning up north. American League scores: Toronto clobbered Oakland 16-6, and Baltimore might have turned out the lights in the Big Apple, beating the Yankees 5-3, and the Yankees now have dropped to 7 games back. Detroit is in 2nd place, and they're trying to hold on. Detroit is leading Milwaukee 6-4 in the 9th inning. Boston beat Cleveland 4-1. Kansas City over Minnesota 3-1. Texas, Seattle, no score. And the Angels play in Chicago later. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
No matter where you are in rush hour traffic, KTAR is with you. Hear double East Side, West Side traffic reports. Only on News Radio 620, KTAR, Phoenix.
Okay, let's resume the action. Here's Vin.
All right, Jerry, and Pat Zachary has quite a challenge trying to keep this ball game from crumbling. The Braves leading 3-2, but they have a chance to break it wide open now because they have the number one man at the plate with 2 out and runners at first and third. The pitch to Dale Murphy is foul back, and the count 0-1. Murph with 32 home runs, 108 RBIs, hit a 3-run home run in the top of the third, and took a 2-run home run away from Pedro Guerrero in the bottom of the third. What a player, hitting .311. 0-1, the count to Dale Murphy. Zachary out of a stretch, and Pat comes back 0-1. Big chopper that's foul outside of third and down the line, and the count 0-2. You know, in talking to Tommy Lasorda before the ballgame, knowing that Howe is tired and Niedenfuhr is tired, he was talking about Zachary and Hooten being long men, and he was guessing that if it got to a real pinch, he might even use the starting pitcher in the final game at Houston Thursday for an inning today, and that would be Alejandro Pena. He pitched Friday night. Left-hander Rick Rodas gets up in the Dodger bullpen. 0-2, the count to Dale Murphy. Murph was walked intentionally in the first inning. Zachary deals, and the slider's down and away. Ball 1, 1-2. For Honeycutt, he had 1 strikeout, allowed 7 hits, and at least 3 runs. And the 1-2 pitch to Dale Murphy. Zachary delivers, and it's fouled away. Murphy leads Atlanta in just about all of the important offensive categories. Batting average, slugging, games played. He's played in every game. Runs scored, total bases, home runs, RBIs, game winning. Almost everything. The 1-2 pitch with the runner going. The pitch is low. The throw is not in time. It gets behind Sachs, and coming to the plate to score is Royster. So that was really a delayed double steal, and I don't think that Royster would have come at all had the ball not rolled behind Steve Sachs. And when you think about it, had Ramirez just stolen second base, the Dodgers might very well have walked Murphy and brought in Rodas to pitch to Chambliss. But when it got away from Sachs, Pimple's throw in the dirt, that changed everything. So unless we hear otherwise, it is just simply a delayed double steal and a run. The run is charged to the starter, Honeycutt, and it is 4-2 Atlanta. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Zachary delivers. Half swing, no swing, says Davidson. 3-2 the count. So the Dodgers are going to either lead by 3 or by 1. That's how important this game is. And then they have to go out on the road to Houston and San Francisco. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and Murphy looks at ball 4. And Lasorda going out, and with Chambliss coming up, he might be going to Rodas in the pen. Let's see. Tommy, when he goes out there, he usually brings a hook with him. And Hooten has joined Rodas, but you have the left-hand hitting Chambliss on deck. So let's see. Here in the inning, Barker almost had a base hit, and so did Butler, but each time Russell made good plays. But that was a sure sign that Honeycutt was struggling. Then Royster got a base hit on a ball that Russell knocked down. And then Ramirez had a hit-and-run single to right, and that was all for Honeycutt. A delayed double steal gets Royster home and Ramirez to second, and Murphy walks. And now they're going to the pen, and I would believe that they want Rick Rodas. There wouldn't be much other reason to have the left-hander up than to get him ready to go head-to-head with Chambliss. So Zachary pitches to one man, walks Murphy, but they pull a delayed double steal on him for a run. We still can't close the door on Honeycutt. He's been charged with 4 runs and perhaps even a 5th because Ramirez in scoring position belongs to Honeycutt. So Rick Rodas, the left-hander, coming out of the Dodger bullpen here in the fourth inning. And he'll go head-to-head with Chris Chambliss. Richard Martin Rodas by name, out of Roseville, California.
Number 56.
Rich at Albuquerque was 16-4, and he won 14 games a year before. So he won 30 games at Albuquerque in the last 2 years, and they figure he's ready. In fact, his rookie year in 1979, Rodas had to be considered the hottest prospect in the organization. In 1979, he won 12 and did not lose a game. He completed 11 of 13. However, he was out all of 1980 after surgery to remove an extra rib. Then he pitched well in San Antonio, and he had those 2 big years at Albuquerque. And Rich Rodas now coming in to face Chris Chambliss. Chambliss was certainly not fooled by Honeycutt. He lined out. He had a bullet at sacks in the first inning and singled in the third. 4-2 Atlanta. They have 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. The Dodgers 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. The Dodgers going out on the road tomorrow, and all 6 games on the road trip, 3 in Houston, 3 in San Francisco. They'll all be televised back here on Channel 11. Then the Dodgers come home for 3 games with Houston. Remember, in San Francisco. They'll all be televised back here on Channel 11. Then the Dodgers come home for 3 games with Houston. Remember, after today, there's only 6 games remaining at home. Hard to believe. 3 with the Astros a week from tomorrow night, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. The Dodgers will then go out on the road to Atlanta, and those games in Atlanta will be televised. Then they go to Cincinnati and San Diego, and come home for the last 3 of the year, the 30th, the 1st, and October 2nd with the San Francisco Giants. So Tempest is fugiting. And it is 4-2 in favor of Atlanta. In the 4th inning, and Rodas now going up against Chris Chambliss.
First baseman, Chris Chambliss.
Chambliss lined out and singled, 1 for 2. And Rich Rodas ready to work on him. And the left-hander, left foot on the rubber. He has Rafael Ramirez at second and Dale Murphy at first. And Murphy is no slouch as a runner. He has stolen 24 out of 28. So you never know. They might even try to run on the rookie. Rodas delivers outside. Ball 1. 1-0. So it is one of those years, you look up the middle. You talk about the strength of a ball club up the middle. And the Dodgers up the middle, Jack Pimple, Rich Rodas, and R.J. Reynolds in a pennant race. Slow curve is outside, ball 2. So that is a remarkable sight to see 3 kids, the backbone of the ball club, in this big game with Atlanta. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Chris Chambliss. Ramirez and Murphy taking their leads. Oral Hershiser begins to throw in the bullpen, and the fastball is outside. So Rodas is behind 3-0. Rodas has just 1 game under his belt, 2/3 of an inning. Now, this is a tough assignment for him. 3-0, the count to Chambliss. The left-hander deals, and it's a strike. 3-1. Rodas, left foot on the rubber. Jack Pimple wigwagging a couple of signs out to him. Rich set at the belt, and the 3-1 pitch is taken for another strike. Chambliss thought maybe it was outside, but it caught the corner. So with a full count, the runners will be going. Ramirez from second and Murphy from first. They both run very well. 4-2 in favor of Atlanta. We're in the top of the 4th. And Rodas out of his stretch. The runners go, and the pitch is ball 4 to load him up. So Rodas walks Chambliss. Now you have rookie versus rookie, Brad Cummins. And down in the bullpen, you have the right-hander Hershiser.
Right fielder.
Cummins, the right fielder, grounded to third, hit into a force play. And Cummins go for 2, batting 133. So the Braves trying to break it open now. Ramirez at third, Murphy at second, Chambliss at first. 2 down, and Atlanta leading 4-2. Rodas ready, delivers, and it's fouled away. 0-1. Second deck off to the right of the plate, and the count 0-1. Two out in the fourth, 4 runs, 7 hits for Atlanta. The Dodgers 2 runs, 3 hits. Rodas out of his stretch, and Rich's pitch is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramirez down the line from third, Murphy at second, Chambliss at first. Cominsk, the 7th man to hit here in the inning. Rodas ready. And the left-hander's 1-1 pitch, line drive, base hit into left field. In comes Ramirez. Here comes Murphy, and Baker's throw is late. Stopping at second is Chambliss. It is 6-2 Atlanta. Ramirez, who scored, belongs to Honeycutt. Murphy, who scored, belongs to Zachary. And Lasorda going back out to the mound. So you can close the book on Honeycutt. 5 runs and 7 hits. Zachary gave up a walk, and that walk is cashed in, and he's charged with a run. And Rodas is gone. So Rodas was tuning up to get Chambliss. He didn't, and they opted to try him against the right-hand hitter Cummins, and he singled. So the right-handed pitcher, Hershiser, is finally called in. But as far as Tommy and the crew is concerned, maybe he's coming in 1 hitter too late. 6-2 Atlanta. They put up 3 runs in the third and 3 in the fourth. So it has been Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, and now Hershiser. And a lot of baseball left to play with only 6 games left at home. Remember, 3 with Houston here in the final weekend of the season. And to talk about that, here's Jerry.
Okay, Vinny, the Dodgers will open in Houston with a series on Tuesday, and they have no easy task there. As Scott, Necro, and Ryan are lined up to pitch against Royce, Welch, and Pena. And right now, the Astros are 6.5 behind the Dodgers, and they feel that they're still in the race. They trailed the Braves by 4.5 beginning today, and they're playing up north. So the Dodgers here this inning have now brought up their 4th pitcher. Honeycutt opened the inning, got the first 2 outs. Then Royster got an infield hit, and Ramirez, the key to the whole thing, got a blooper into right field on a hit-and-run play. And then Murphy walked by Zachary. Chambliss walked by the left-hander Rodas, and Cummins the line single to left field for 2 more. And the Dodgers still trying to get that elusive 3rd out here in the inning. And Earl Hershiser will come on now. For Hershiser, he's the young man who was at Albuquerque, is making his 3rd appearance. He's worked an inning into 3rd and given up 2 hits and a run. Hershiser at Albuquerque won 10 and lost 8. He's from Buffalo, 25 years old, Buffalo, New York. He's been at Albuquerque 2 years in a row, won 10 this year and won 9 last year. Earl is 6'3", 190-pounder. Finished 7th in the Pacific Coast League earned run race with a 3.71 earned run average last year. And this year he's in contention with an earned run average of 4.08. So Hershiser completes his warm-ups, and Bruce Benedict comes to bat. He's had 1 for 2. And now we're about set to go. The Braves have runners at first and second, 3 runs in. Here's Vinny.
All right, Jerry, and Bruce Benedict will look at Oral Hershiser, the right-hander. So Honeycutt went out after Ramirez single. Zachary came in and pitched only to Murphy and walked him. Rodas came in to get Chambliss. They wanted the left-hander to get Chambliss and end the inning, but he missed him and walked him. But they let him pitch to the right-hander, and Cummins singled in 2 runs. Now Hershiser pitching to a right-hander, Bruce Benedict. Oral deals outside, ball 1-0. Larry White, a kid who just joined the Dodgers today, is down in the bullpen. And that really highlights what we were talking about a moment ago, talking about the strength of a ball club up the middle. The 1-0 pitch, a breaking ball strike. In a very big game against Atlanta in September, up the middle for the Dodgers, you have the catcher, Jack Fimple, just up from the minors. On the mound, you've had Rodas and Hershiser, just up. In center field, R.J. Reynolds, just up. That's asking a lot. 1-1, the count to Benedict. Hershiser deals low, ball 2, 2-1. On deck, you have Randy Johnson, who's been trying to fill a big pair of shoes belonging to Bob Horner at third for Atlanta. The Dodgers minus the services of Kenny Landreau. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Low, so Hershiser now is behind 3-1. All this, remember, started with 2 out. Although there was a tip-off, both Barker and Butler hit balls that almost got through. Russell making 2 fine plays, and Roysters got through. Then the single by Ramirez. Then the double steal, and the 2 walks, and the base hit. The 3-1 pitch is high, and the bases are loaded again. So Rodas gave up a hit and a walk. Hershiser has given up a walk. And here now is Randy Johnson, the 9th man to come to the plate here in the 4th inning. 6-2 Atlanta. Red Barber used to have an old expression that applied to the Dodgers. They were in the tall cotton Friday night. But boy, how quickly things can change. The pitch on the inside corner for a strike, 0-1. The Dodgers not only winning Friday night, but leading last night 3-0. They threatened to blow the Braves out of the water. For the Braves, a gutsy comeback last night, and they're leading 6-2 today. The pitch is swung on and missed, strike 2, 0-2. 0-2 the count to Randy Johnson. Hershiser out of a stretch with the bases loaded, and the strike 2 pitch down and away, ball 1. Chambliss at third, Kaminsky at second, and Benedict at first. Hershiser hands it aside, checking. Now he's ready. And the 1-2 pitch coming up. Breaking ball hit hard to Guerrero, who backhands and goes to the bag and gets the force on Kaminsky. But it's a 3-run 4th inning for Atlanta. And at the end of 3.5, Atlanta 6 and the Dodgers 2. You know, most people are very particular when they buy their car, but not when they buy gasoline. Believe me, gasolines are different. Like Union 76 unleaded regular, the unleaded with the big plus right on the pump. The big plus on the outside shows what's been inside 76 unleaded for a long time. More spirit. So it can help stop knocking and pinging without paying for premium. So don't be car-wise and gasoline foolish. Get Union 76 unleaded regular and go with the spirit of 76.
When you shop at Smart & Final Irish Company, you have a wide choice of grocery brands and sizes. And no matter what brand you buy, you'll get a great deal for your money. But there's one brand that Smart & Final is particularly proud of, and that's the Iris brand. Over the years, the Iris label has earned a reputation for outstanding value. Take Iris Gourmet Coffee, for example. It's blended from the very best coffee beans available. And by the way, Smart & Final now has Iris Decaffeinated Coffee, too.
After today's game, the Dodgers out on the road for a week, returning a week from tomorrow for a 3-game series with the Astros, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Tickets, including $3 general admission tickets on a guaranteed seat basis, available for all 3 games, and may be purchased at the Dodger Advance Ticket Office, 1750 Stadium Way, and at all Ticketmaster, Ticketron, and Mutual outlets. That's the Dodgers and the Astros for 3 games starting a week from tomorrow night. A lot going on at Dodger Stadium. Be part of it.
As we go to the bottom of the 4th inning, the Braves down 2-0 at the end of 2. have broken it open a bit with 3 in the third, 3 in the fourth. And it is 6-2 Atlanta in the fourth inning. Crowd reacting to scores flashed on Diamond Vision. Len Barker, the big right-hander out of Kentucky, is loosening up, and the Dodgers trying to get something started. We'll have Marshall, Brock, and Reynolds. The Dodgers came very close to taking the lead back in the third inning. A one-out single by Russell, and then with 2 out, Guerrero muscled one that had a chance to go out over the right center field wall. And there was a magnificent one-hand catch by a leaping Dale Murphy to take a 2-run home run away from him. The Dodgers' 2 runs came in the second inning on a single and a walk and a 2-out double by Pimple. So the Dodgers were haunted by the 2-out runs that were scored last night. And the same thing has happened today. In the fourth inning, the 3 runs all came after 2 were out. All right, here's Marshall. Single to left in the second inning, 1 for 1. Barker into that very easy windup, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Barker certainly fulfills the definition of a fellow who is sneaky fast. You can understand why he led the American League in strikeouts twice. He pitches very, very slowly. He has a high kick. In fact, it looks like he covers his face with his left kneecap for a split second. Marshall slices one into right field for a base hit. So Mike opens up the fourth, going the other way, and he hits one inside out. And the batter now will be Greg Brock. Greg Brock walked in the second inning. Barker pitched very carefully, went 3-0 to him, and then missed on ball 4. He never really had a pitch he could handle. So Barker, right foot on the rubber, looks in to get a sign. The big guy ready, and pitches to Brock, and he takes a strike at the knees, inside part of the plate, and the count 0-1. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Braves. 5 runs, 7 hits charged to Honeycutt, and a run charged to Zachary after he allowed a walk. Strike 1 pitch. Brock swings right through it, and the count 0-2. Greg batting .218. No balls and 2 strikes. The count of Greg Brock with R.J. Reynolds on deck. Brock waiting. Barker ready and delivers, and it's fisted in the air back a third and down the line. A trio of Braves, a diving attempt. It's off Johnson's glove, and there are runners at first and second, and nobody out. On a little pop fly down the left field line. Ramirez couldn't get it. Butler couldn't get it. But the third baseman, Johnson, diving at the ball, got his glove on it but couldn't hold it. And R.J. Reynolds coming up. So a bloop single to right by Marshall. A little pop fly single back a third by Brock. And here is R.J. with Pimple on deck. 6-2 Atlanta, and the Dodgers trying to get off the floor in the fourth inning. Barker ready, Len delivers, and it's fouled away off third, out of play. Down in the Braves bullpen, right-hander Tommy Boggs begins to loosen up. The Braves infield of Chambliss, Royster, Ramirez, and Johnson, Butler, Murphy, and Kaminsky in the outfield, and Benedict behind the plate. Royster playing for Glenn Hubbard, who has a sore left shoulder. 0-1, the count to Reynolds. The pitch to R.J. is low and inside. Reynolds hitting .273. Slide to left field in the second inning. In the Dodger bullpen, looking ahead for a possible hitter for Hershiser, and they have Bird Hooton loosening up. 1-1 the count to Reynolds. Barker at the belt, and the 1-1 pitch is swung on. A one-hopper hit down to second. They feed Ramirez, and back to first. Double play. So Reynolds hits into a double play. Royster, Ramirez, Chambliss. Brock erased at second base. Marshall taking third, and with 2 down, Jack Pimple coming up.
Jack Pimple.
Of course, Reynolds, playing today, points up the fact how the Dodgers really missed the veteran Kenny Landreau. But when Landreau's going to play remains the big question. Even though he takes batting practice, he can't play. Jack Pimple fouls it away. So 2 down. Marshall at third. 6-2 Atlanta. Pimple sliced a double to right in the second inning to get the Dodgers 2 runs home. Jack batting .257. Barker straightens up, pitching out of his stretch with Marshall at third. And the strike 1 pitch gets away from Benedict, but not far enough. And holding on at third is Marshall. Benedict acted like he lost the ball or was crossed up. He and Barker, an exchange of balls, and they have a little meeting because he appeared to be mixed up on that pitch. He didn't expect it to be up and in. And Benedict, kind of shaking his head, goes behind the plate. To be crossed up is bad enough, but to be crossed up with a runner at third can be disastrous. And Benedict just did save a run. 1-1, the count to Jack Pimple. 6-2 Atlanta in the fourth. Barker out of his stretch, looks at Marshall, a 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed, 1-2. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Braves. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. After today, the Dodgers and Braves will play each other 3 more times in Atlanta. The Dodgers have done well, winning 4 out of 6 in Georgia. 1-2, the count of Jack Pimple. Barker at the belt, eyeballing Marshall. A pitch to Pimple down and away, 2-2, and Benedict nodding his head as if to say that's the way. 2-2, the count to Pimple. Benedict again in a crouch. Barker hands on his knees. Now Big Len straightened up. And the 2-2 pitch on the way. Outside, ball 3 with a fastball. One thing a little surprising. After all, Barker led the American League in strikeouts twice. He has just 1 strikeout so far, and that was Baker in the 3rd inning. And he goes 3-2 to Pimple, who's trying to hit the ball somewhere with the pitcher on deck. The 3-2 pitch to Pimple, swung on and foul back. Full count to Jack. Of course, it doesn't figure Hershiser would bat with the Dodgers trailing. Anyone, a number of people could come up, and if Pimple gets on, your first thought, of course, would be Monday. We'll see. Barker out of a stretch, a look at Marshall, and the 3-2 pitch to Pimple is hit down the right field line again. This one is slicing foul. So he's just going with that slurve, as they call it. It's not really a slider, and it's not really a curve. And Bob Gibson calls it a slurve. But it is a breaking ball going down and away, and Pimple just goes with it. It has a little more of a break than a hard slider. By the way, in the 4th inning, remember we were talking about the possible delayed double steal only because of the fact the runner came home when the ball rolled behind Sachs? The official scorer has just ruled that Jack Pimple will get a throwing error, and it is not a double steal. The 3-2 pitch is ball 4. So now let's see. Among others, Sid Bream moving around, and it is Bream, not Monday, who's going to come up and bat. So with runners at first and third, Lasorda goes to the kids again. He went to Rodas and Hershiser early in the bullpen. He just about had to. Now he goes to Bream, and Joe Torre goes out to the mound to talk to Barker.
For the Dodgers, batting for the pitcher, Hershiser.
For Barker, that is the second walk he has allowed. And Torrey talking to Barker before pitching to Bream. All right, Torrey goes jogging back to the Atlanta dugout. And here is Sid Bream. Bream hitting for Hershiser. He's had 4 at-bats in the big leagues. He's had 1 hit. And, of course, his base hit was a dramatic hit here at Dodger Stadium to tie up the game, a single to right field. So now they bring him up with 2 out in the 4th inning, 6-2 in favor of Atlanta, and the Dodgers trying to get back in the ballgame. Bream wearing number 33, waiting to the plate, and Barker out of a stretch. The pitch to Sid. Fastball low, ball 1. Well, the Braves scored 3 times in the top of the 4th with 2 out. The Dodgers trying to get something going with 2 out in the bottom of the 4th. Barker out of his stretch and Bream waiting. Now the 1-0 pitch to Sid. He has a look at a strike and the count 1-1. Bream checking with Joey Amalfitano in the third base coaching box. The Dodgers in this inning, Marshall a bloop single to right, Brock a bloop single to left, and Reynolds hit into a double play and Fimple walk, so they're not really wearing Barker out at all. Big Len straightens up. He's 6'4", and the 1-1 pitch to Bream. Breaking ball off speed, and the kid was way out in front of it. And the count 1-2. That's a good pitch to throw to a rookie. You know he's up there pressing a little bit, and he was way out in front of the off-speed pitch. 1-2, the count to Bream. Sid waiting with Steve Sachs on deck. Barker out of a stretch. And the 1-2 pitch to Bream. Down and away. Ball 2. 2-2. So it's quite a contrast. You got a guy who led the American League twice in strikeouts, who pitched a perfect game, who was signed a contract for a reported $4.25 million against a kid just up from the minor leagues. It looks like a mismatch. We'll see. The 2-2 pitch to Bream. Barker deals. Low and inside. Ball 3. So now with a full count, you can turn Fimple loose at first base. Benedict reminding everybody in the infield, keeping everybody alive, 2 out, 3-2 count. So Bream, big left-hand hitter. Sid back up to the plate. And Barker looks into Benedict. Big Len straightens up, and the 3-2 pitch to Bream. Fimple goes, swung on. Ground ball to the right side to Royster. He picks it up and throws to Chambliss, and that's that. A couple of bloop singles and nothing more. And at the end of 4, Braves 6, Dodgers 2. Talk about a perfectionist. Nothing short of a perfect score is good enough for Farmer John. What I mean is every year Farmer John enters many of his products for taste testing at the California State Fair. And last year, of the hundreds of fairgoers who tried his bacon, for example, a whopping 97.7% endorsed its great taste. Indeed, 97.7%. That's enough to win an award of excellence, of course, and going away. But Farmer John, ever the perfectionist, worries about that other 2.3% of taste testers. Maybe they just weren't hungry, he says. But at any rate, may I suggest to you who haven't tried Farmer John bacon that you make your own taste test? One morning soon, crisp up a pan full and then savor the wonderfully smoke-hearty western flavor of this bacon. You'll become a believer fast. Imagine, 97.7% winning score. That other 2.3%, well, I sort of go along with Farmer John. Maybe those folks just weren't hungry at the time, I think. If your car knocks or pings on unleaded regular gasoline, some people suggest switching to unleaded premium. But before you pay for premium, try Union 76 unleaded regular. The unleaded with the big plus on the pump. That big plus on the outside shows what's been inside 76 unleaded for a long time. More spirit, so it can help your car run smoother and quieter without paying for premium. Try the unleaded with the big plus. Union 76 unleaded regular, and go with the spirit of 76.
Number 46, Bert Hooten.
As we go to the fifth inning, with Atlanta leading the Dodgers 6-2, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
I'm Preston Westmoreland, and if you want to plan a great summer, we have ideas for you. Join Pat McMahon and me for weekday talk from 9 to 4 here on News Radio 620 KTAR Phoenix.
We're going to the fifth inning. The Braves, 6 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. And the Dodgers, 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. And as we go to the fifth inning, the Dodgers using their 5th pitcher. They are burning them up. Rick Honeycutt went 3 2/3 innings and was charged with 5 runs. And finally, they used Zachary Rodish and Hershiser got the last out in the 4th inning.
Leading off.
So Bert Hooton has been reduced to picking up the pieces here. 6-2 Atlanta. Len Barker, followed by Brett Butler, and then Jerry Royster. For Barker, spending all of his time in the American League, he had not swung a bat in something like 9 years. And the Braves said the first time they saw him take batting practice, they fell down laughing. They had to give him special tutelage in how to bunt. The pitch to him is over for a strike. And in his first game for the Braves, sure enough, he came up to the plate and laid down a perfect bunt. And then later on in the game, in his second game, he got a base hit. He takes a look at his strike in the count 0-2. Today, Barker struck out in the second inning and lost a base hit on a good play by Russell in the 4th. Strike 2 pitch to Len. Big overhand knuckle curve, and down he goes. So Hooton comes in to strike out Barker. 1 down, and Brett Butler will be coming up. Hooton with a record of 9-7, and it is his 4th relief assignment. Of course, actually, he's just been dropped out of the rotation and put into the pen. Butler hit by a pitch, and maybe that was the indication right at the outset that it was not going to be Honeycutt's day. Butler hit by a pitch, flied to center, and lost a hit on a good play by Russell. Brett Butler, left-hand hitting left fielder. And Hooton ready, delivers, and the knuckleball is high, ball 1-0. Butler, a very, very popular player in Atlanta. And when the word got out that Butler was going to go to Cleveland in the Barker deal after the season, they actually had petitions in Atlanta. Don't let Brett Butler go. I think the name probably had something to do with it, as well as his solid performance for Atlanta. The 1-0 pitch, Butler takes a strike, and the count 1-1. Six runs, 8 hits for Atlanta. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers in the 5th inning. Everybody moving kind of slowly in 100-degree weather. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball hit to the right of Sachs. He backhands, and it gets away, and by the time he recovers, Butler's aboard. Sachs got the glove on it, and the ball popped up in the air, and he snatched at it, and by that time, Butler, a left-hand hitter, was across the bag.
Second baseman, Jerry Royster.
Let's see how the scorer rules it as Jerry Royster comes up. Royster hit back to the box, single to left, and singled off Russell's glove, and that'll be a base hit. You know, some of the people here in the ballpark boo, but one of the rulings that an official scorer keeps in mind, would it take a good play to get the hitter? Now, just think about Butler, left-hand batter, runs well, and Sachs having to go to his right and backhand the ball. It sure enough would have been a good play to get him. So since he didn't, it goes as a base hit. Hit number 1 of Hooton, number 9 for Atlanta. Royster 2 for 3. Jerry doing a good job wherever they play him, first at third base. Then he was hurt, and when he returned, Hubbard's shoulder was bothering him. So Jerry is playing second base and doing a good job. For Hubbard to have a sore shoulder, he's had that for quite a while, ever since he had a collision last year, diving headfirst against giant catcher Bob Brenly, and his left shoulder caught a shin guard, and it's hurt him ever since. Royster takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers in the bottom of the 5th inning will have Sachs, Russell, and Baker. Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, and Hooten. That gives you an indication it is 6-2 Atlanta in the fifth inning. Bert's 1-0 pitch on the way, and the runner goes, and the pitch is sliced to right center, but R.J. is going to make the catch. He's got a double play at first base. The throw to Brock. They double him up. Brett Butler thought it was a ground ball. Sachs and Russell decoyed him, and Reynolds easily throws to Brock to double up the confused Butler. Nobody left at the end of 4 1/2. Braves 6, Dodgers 2.
Listen as a man enters the most surprising back seat in driving. Hop in the back, Bill.
Good morning, 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 morning. What's that?
That is all the space in the back of this new Nissan Stanza. Presenting the roomy front-wheel drive Nissan Stanza at your Dodson dealer. It's the economy car with a cavernous back seat. But the real surprise is the way this beauty delivers. Sparkling performance and outstanding mileage. EPA estimated 29 mpg, 43 highway with 5 speeds. Use 29 for comparison. Your mileage may differ. Highway mileage lower. Move over, Bill. I have to pick up Harry. Hi, everybody.
Morning.
What's wrong? Oh, your first time in the back of a Nissan Stanza. See the roomy new Nissan Stanza at your Dodson dealer now.
Dodger Blue, the official newspaper of the Dodgers, is offering through the end of the year a Dodger Blue cap to all new subscribers and current subscribers who add a year to their current subscription. Send $15.95 to Dodger Blue, Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles 90012, and you'll receive 20 issues of Dodger Blue at a 37% savings over newsstand prices, Visa and MasterCard accepted. Present subscribers, please enclose a current mailing label with your order. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery of your Dodger Blue cap. We're going to the bottom of the fifth inning with the Braves leading the Dodgers 6-2, and the Braves make a move. Claudell Washington will go into right field for Brad Cummins. So Claudell Washington hitting sixth in right field. And Len Barker ready to go to work. The top of the order, Steve Sachs, followed by Bill Russell, and then Dusty Baker. Sachs has grounded out twice. Russell singled in 2 trips, and Baker is 0 for 2. So the trio has just 1 hit amongst them as they come up here in the fifth inning. Barker, big man, 6'4", about 230. Big Kentuckian. Standing back of the rubber, now both feet on, and he looks in to get a sign. Len into that very slow windup, and the right-hander delivers, and the fastball is inside. Ball 1, 1-0. Dodgers scored in the second twice, but the Braves came back with 3 in the third and 3 in the fourth. Sachs has a look at a breaking ball for a strike, and the count 1-1. One and one. Barker ready, and the 1-1 pitch. Sachs takes high. Ball 2, 2-1. Sachs trying to get something started in his leadoff role. Barker eyeballing Bruce Benedict, the right-hander ready, and the 2-1 pitch to Sachs. Swung on, little looper right at second baseman Royster. He didn't hit it hard. So Sachs is out, 1 down. The batter will be Bill Russell. Russell grounded out and singled. He's 1 for 2. Bill waiting as Benedict settles in a crouch behind the plate. 6 runs, 9 hits for Atlanta. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Barker delivers, and the first one a strike, and the count 0-1. The Dodgers scored in the second on a single and a walk and a 2-out double by Thimple. They lost a 2-run home run for Guerrero on a great catch by Dale Murphy in the 3rd inning. The strike one pitch is low, 1-1. Although they had 2 base hits in the 4th inning, neither ball was hit hard. They were both pop flies. And now Barker has 1 out in the 5th inning. Russell with Baker to follow. The Dodgers trying to find a way to get back into the game. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Russell. Breaking ball and a high fly ball hooking down the left field line, foul, and back into the stand. Butler over to the railing to have a look, but that's all. And the count 1-2 to Bill. Len Barker, 1-1, started the game against Rick Honeycutt, 2-2, but Honeycutt is long gone. Dodgers with a parade of pitchers: Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, and Hooten. And Barker's still in there. And, of course, this is the inning that gives the ball game to him. The 1-2 pitch on the way is poked foul the other way, off to the right upstairs, 4th level. One and two the count. Barker with a new ball. Everybody has a tendency to move very slowly today. Benedict up out of a crouch, now slowly settles back down. Russell waiting, 1-2. And Barker into the windup. And the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball hit off the end of the bat, pop foul behind the plate. Here comes Benedict, and Bruce makes the catch for the out. So Russell fouls out, and the Dodgers not doing a thing. Will send up Dusty Baker. The last ball hit hard was Guerrero's in the 3rd inning. And we now have 2 out in the 5th.
Dusty Baker.
Baker grounded to short and struck out, 0 for 2. Pedro Guerrero waiting his turn on deck. 6-2 Atlanta. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 out. Barker taking all the time as he winds, delivers, and he's low. Ball 1. Boy, Barker and Howe have 2 of the slowest wind-ups and deliveries you'll see in the league. They both sure get the job done. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Barker deals, and there's a ground ball just rolled to Ramirez, and he kicks it. And then runs away as if it would bite. You couldn't ask for just a ground ball, and the shortstop overran it and then just kept on running. He didn't want any part of that thing. So an error for Ramirez, and the batter is Pedro Guerrero. Guerrero flied to left and then lost the 2-run home run on that great catch by Murphy. Murphy trying to holler to Brett Butler and telling him to move over, and Butler says okay, and the miracle was how Butler could hear Murphy. The pitch is down and away, ball 1, but he heard him. So the outfield, they give Guerrero the left field line. So right away you get the feeling that Barker's going to throw him a lot of breaking balls. And away. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Barker comes back to him, and Pedro gets a fastball and fouls it away, and the count 1-1. So Butler playing closer to left center, Murphy shading a little towards right center, and Claudel Washington straight away in right. Murphy keeps looking in and gesturing, I think, to Ed Vargo. Make sure the umpire is not in his line of vision. 1-1, the count to Guerrero. Baker on that gift, the error of Ramirez at first base. Bottom of the 5th. Atlanta 6, Dodgers 2. Barker's 1-1 pitch, and Guerrero hits a high fly ball to left field, but it's playable. Butler is there, waiting, and puts it away. So an error and nothing else, and at the end of 5. Braves 6, Dodgers 2.
Bring out your best. The true measure of the best doesn't come from a moment. Bring out your best. It comes over time, when a goal that had been set is finally realized. But wiser like taking the time to do all that's necessary and more. It's a commitment, like the commitment to quality that led to the brewing of Budweiser Light. A light beer with a clean, distinctive taste worthy of the king of beers.
Bring out your best Budweiser Light. Bring out your best Budweiser Light. Bring out your best Budweiser Light.
The best never comes easy. That's why there's nothing else like it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now, through the end of October, Denny's Grand Slam Breakfast is once again at the remarkably low price of only $1.99. You get 2 large fresh eggs cooked in real butter, 2 plump juicy sausage links, 2 strips of crisp sizzling bacon, and 2 6-inch buttermilk pancakes served with whipped butter and hot syrup, all for the remarkably low price of only $1.99 and only at Denny's, where you'll like their prices and you'll love their food. 24 hours a day.
We've got 5 innings in, and the Braves leading the Dodgers 6-2. And right-hander Bert Hooton pitched the 5th inning. Got a double play because of some base running confusion on the part of Brett Butler. And a fly ball to R.J. Reynolds was easily turned into a double play at first. Now in the 6th, it's Rafael Ramirez, Dale Murphy, and Chris Chambliss.
Shortstop, Rafael Ramirez.
Ramirez grounded out, walked, and singled. As usual, he's been busy. He was aboard when Murphy homered and singled and worked his way around to score in the 4th inning. He has hit in 7 straight. So Ramirez opens up the 6th, and Hooton into the windup. Happy delivers, and it's over for a strike. The Dodgers in the bottom of the 6th have Marshall, Brock, and Reynolds with the pitcher's spot due up 5th. 0-1, the count to Ramirez. Hooton strike 1 pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1. Ramirez, right hand hitting shortstop. Hooton comes back to him, swung on and missed. It was up and away, and it looked like Ramirez was trying to take it into right field. 1-2. Marshall playing up a few steps in right. The outfield straight away on Rafael. Here's a 1-2 pitch, and Ramirez chases it and fouls it back. He had to protect that outside corner. He just did get a piece of it. Ramirez with a 7-game hitting streak, followed by Dale Murphy, and then Chris Chambliss. 1-2 pitch coming up. Hooton delivers, swung on, and a fly ball to R.J. Reynolds, and Reynolds slightly in left center makes the catch for the out.
The game is continued at the beginning of side 4 after a short delay.
One away, and Dale Murphy coming up.
Dale Murphy.
Murphy walked intentionally in the 1st inning, hit a 3-run home run in the 3rd, took a 2-run home run away from Guerrero in the bottom of the 3rd, walked and scored a run in the 4th. Otherwise, he hadn't done anything. And he comes up with 1 out and the base is empty in the 6th. Dale Murphy hitting .311. One of the truly brilliant players in the game. He takes a strike. Andre Dawson and Dale Murphy. They would be 1-2 in the league. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. And of course, making noises coming up along on the inside is Pedro Guerrero, who's really just starting out. Murphy leading the Braves in so many categories. The strike 2 pitch he takes inside, and then for good measure, he's stolen 24 out of 28. He has 32 home runs, 108 runs batted in. Hooten into the windup, and the 1-2 pitch is on the inside corner, strike 3 call. Murphy doesn't say anything, but he thought it was inside. Down he goes, and he walks away. Of course, that's another thing that you admire in watching Murphy play. He takes the good with the bad, and I guess that's one reason why he's such a solid player. He's not going to put on a big show. He just walked away back into the dugout. The batter now is Chambliss. He takes high, ball 1. Chambliss lined out, singled, and walked. The walk was a big one. It was with Rich Rodas called in to get him, and Rodas walked him. Then Rodas stayed in to pitch to Cummins, and Cummins singled home 2 runs, and that made it a 3-run inning. But the big moment was Rodas pitching to Chambliss. The 2-0 pitch is swung on, a big chopper to Brock, and he'll bring it to the bag, and that's it. They're out in order. And that is no mean trick. It's the first time it happened today. At the end of 5 1/2, Braves 6, Dodgers 2.
When you're looking for a bank that has all the bases covered, look to Bank of America, California's leading business bank. Bank of America has knowledgeable, experienced corporate bankers strategically placed in the key business centers of the greater Los Angeles basin. They have the credit authority to act promptly, decisively, and locally. So when you're looking for a bank that has all the bases covered, look to Bank of America. Look to the leader, Bank of America, member FDIC.
It's no surprise the Shoebox Baseball Cards and Things was named in the Phoenix New Times Best of Phoenix edition as having the best baseball cards in town. Thank you, New Times. The Shoebox is Arizona's largest dealer of baseball cards, sports collectibles, and accessories like pennants, T-shirts, Major League jackets, and caps. And here's additional good news for collectors. The Shoebox is still holding its 3rd anniversary sale with savings throughout the store. Come visit the Shoebox, 1003 East Camelback in Phoenix, 3310 South McClintock in Tempe.
Well, it's hard to believe, but after this homestand, there are only 6 regular season home games remaining at Dodger Stadium. The Houston Astros, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on September 19th, 20th, and 21st. And the Giants close out the regular season with a 3-game weekend series, September 30th, October 1st, and 2nd. $3 general admission tickets on a guaranteed seat basis are available for all 3 Houston games and the first 2 San Francisco games. The final game of the year, October the 2nd, is sold out. Bottom of the 6th inning, Claudel Washington coming in from right field to get a pair of sunglasses, so timeout for the moment. In the bottom of the 6th inning, the Dodgers trying to shake themselves against big Len Barker, who has kept them pretty much in check. The Dodgers scored twice in the 2nd. With 1 out, Marshall singled and Brock walked, and with 2 out, Simple doubled inside the right field line and down in the corner to give the Dodgers a 2-0 lead. However, Murphy hit a 3-run home run in the 3rd. The Braves scored 3 more in the 4th. Murphy took a 2-run home run away from Guerrero, and it's been all Braves, 6-2 Atlanta in the 6th inning. Marshall, Brock, and Reynolds, the way the Dodgers are due up. Marshall has single to left and then looped a single to right, 2 for 2. Hitting .284, and he checks up on a breaking ball for a strike, and the count 0-1. The count to Mike Marshall. Now the strike one pitch on the way. Marshall has a look, and that's a strike. 0-2. Barker checking with Bruce Benedict. Right-hander into that slow windup, and the strike two pitch on the way. Barker deals just outside. 1-2. The Dodgers had won 9 of 14 from Atlanta, 5 out of 8 here, and 4 of the 6 in Georgia. And, of course, they've got a date for 3 with Atlanta on the weekend of the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Marshall. Big roundhouse breaking ball that sends him out of there. It was high and inside, and it was just a pitch to move him. 2-2 the count. Mike taking his time before getting back in. Well, Barker's 6'4", Marshall is 6'5", and they eyeball one another with the count 2-2. Barker into the windup, and the 2-2 pitch to Mike. Fastball sliced to right. Washington coming up in a hurry and makes the catch for the out. And Claudel moving in there in right field for Brad Cummins finally has a play. 1 down. Greg Brock walked and had that little fly ball single that went off Randy Johnson's desperate lunge in the 4th inning. So Brock 1 for 1 with that squib single, hitting .220. 1 out, 6th inning. Braves 6, Dodgers 2. Brock pulls away, a pitch inside at the knees. 1 ball, no strikes. Barker again taking plenty of time, and the big guy comes back 1-0 and works a fastball high, ball 2. So he's behind Greg Brock, 2 balls and no strikes. Reynolds on deck, and then Fimple. Braves trying to win 2 out of 3 and get well. They would leave town trailing the Dodgers then by 1. Here's a 2-0 pitch coming up. Fastball low, ball 3. 3-0. Three balls and no strikes. Barker has had pretty good control. He has walked 2. The 3-0 pitch is a little high, so he's walked Brock a second time. We'll pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
I'm Patrick Mann. If you want free advice on anything from the law to your garden, join Preston Westmoreland and me for weekday talk from 9 to 4 here on News Radio 620 KTAR Phoenix.
Bob Gibson going out to the mound to talk to Barker, and the bullpen gets busy again. Tommy Boggs had been up earlier when the Dodgers had a couple of men on in the 4th inning, and Boggs will get up again. Gibson looking out towards the pen, although Gibson, as the pitching coach, I don't believe would make the change. He's been sent out there by Torrey to make sure that Barker is okay. I think if there's a hook, it's going to be carried by Torrey. Gibson now turns and directs his conversation to Bruce Benedict, perhaps about the pitches being called. So with 1 out in the 6th inning, Atlanta 6, Dodgers 2. The Dodgers led 2-0 at the end of 2, but the Braves scored 3 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, and the Dodgers have not been able to do anything with Barker. Now plate umpire Stello goes out to the mound to try and move things along, and the meeting is finally broken up. So Bob Gibson, the pitching coach, along with Rube Walker, makes his way back into the Atlanta dugout. And Reynolds coming up with Brock at first, 1 out in the 6th, 6-2 Atlanta. On deck, Jack Fimple. Barker straightens up, looks over at first at Brock. Reynolds, left-hand hitter, fakes a bunt, takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Reynolds 0 for 2. He's only had 3 at-bats as a right-handed batter since being called up. The strike one pitch. Reynolds grounds it up the middle, and it's a base hit. Brock to second. He will hold there. Not about to gamble. No reason to. Trailing by 4 runs. Simple is being called away. So Reynolds singles. Dodgers have runners at first and second. Rick Monday is over at the bat rack. And Monday will be coming up. So earlier in the 4th inning, in a similar situation, they went to Sid Bream to hit for Hershiser, and Bream grounded out. Now with 1 out and runners at first and second, they will go to Monday to hit for Pimple. And meanwhile, Joe Torre is going out to talk to the first base umpire, Satch Davidson. And he wants Davidson to relay the message to the Atlanta bullpen. And Davidson is going to have to go out on the grass and wave, because you can't see there are 2 men down in the bullpen. And Tommy Boggs is going to be called in for Len Barker. So Barker went 5 1/3 innings and gives up a walk and a single, and he'll come out. There were some big ball games played, especially in the Eastern Division of the National League. And to find out how they came out, let's spend some time with Jerry.
All right, Vinny. First of all, Montreal, the leader, beat New York 4-0. Lee got the win, a shutout all the way, and Torres took the loss. Philadelphia stayed close. They beat Pittsburgh 5-3 as Reed got the win in relief, and Guante took the loss. St. Louis had to hang in there. They beat Chicago 2-1 with a run in the 9th inning. So they had some close ball games with those clubs. And the standings now, Montreal by a half a game over Philadelphia. St. Louis moves back into 3rd place, and Pittsburgh drops to 4th, 2 games back. In the West, Cincinnati is leading San Diego 3-1 in the 9th inning in San Diego, with Russell and Scherer against Thurman, Booker, Schiffer, and Firewood. Houston came up with 2 in the 8th inning and now leads San Francisco 2-0. As that game is in the last half of the 9th inning. Adley Hammaker left the game with 14 strikeouts, which is high for the league this year. But Hammaker leaves, losing 2-0 to Nolan Ryan. And the Astros trying to close to within 5.5 of the Dodgers and try to make things interesting when the series opens in Houston on Tuesday night. American League Finals, Toronto 16-6 over Oakland. Baltimore beat the Yankees 5-3 and shoved the Yankees now back to 7 away. Detroit beat Milwaukee to stay 5.5 back. And Boston over Cleveland 4-1. The Angels play the White Sox later on. Okay, more players, Vince.
Tommy Boggs, a very talented right-hander, but he was hit with the dreaded rotator cuff injury, so he hasn't seen any service. And Boggs this year has only been in 2 games and worked a total of 5 innings. So Tommy picking up for Barker. Barker went 5 1/3. He allowed 6 hits, walked 3. The big surprise, we expected to see a few strikeouts, and Barker had only 1. And he leaves with a 4-run lead and 2 runners his responsibility. So Barker can only win or have nothing to do with it. It'll be up to Boggs. They get a left-hander up down in the Atlanta bullpen as Monday climbs in now to hit for Pimple, and Kenny Landreau comes out on deck. Terry Forster, who's been bothered by a hamstring pull, is now up in the Atlanta bullpen. So Landreau is going to bat for Hooton. But first, Monday. 2 on, 1 out. Brock at second, Reynolds at first, and here is Monday. He's had 7 pinch hits and 5 RBIs. Mo overall hitting .261. Monday with a half a dozen home runs and 18 RBIs for the year. He swings and grounds it foul outside of first. He hit it on the handle and cracked the bat, and he'll have to get another. It looked like a slider right in on the thumbs, and Monday breaks his bat, and he has to get another. We have talked before about Bob Watson's favorite bat, one of the two he used so successfully against the Dodgers in the '81 World Series, and Watson broke one, and then Bob showed me today, he said, look, and there was a hairline fracture of the other one. So both of those World Series bats now are on the shelf as far as Watson is concerned. But hitters really get attached to bats. So Monday cracks one, and the count 0-1. Brock at second, Reynolds at first, one out in the sixth. 6-2 Atlanta. And the Dodgers somehow trying to get off the floor. Boggs checking with Benedict. Now Tommy out of a stretch. Strike one pitch to Monday. Inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in the inning, Marshall flied to right. Brock walked. And Reynolds singled up the middle. 1-1 to count to Rick Monday. And Boggs, the right-hander, delivers, and that's fouled right into Benedict's mask. It staggered him right into the plate umpire, Stello, and they were both shaken up on that one. 1-2 the count. I think the back of Benedict's helmet hit Stello. 1-2. Monday with Landro following. Monday, the second Dodger pinch hitter, and Landro will be the third. 1-2 the count. Boggs delivers down and in, ball 2. So he's 2-2 to Monday in this big crowd, a sellout crowd, although not all the seats are occupied. They've been kind of hammered by the heat and the sun. And they're trying to wait for the Dodgers to make some noise. 2-2, the count to Rick Monday. Boggs in relief of Barker. And Monday tired of waiting and backs out for the moment. 2-2. Now Tommy is ready. The right-hander checks the runners. The pitch to Monday is taken. Strike 3 called. Monday had to be guessing and caught looking at a fastball around the letters. So Boggs comes in and strikes out Monday looking, which, of course, is the worst way for a pinch hitter to go. And the batter is Kenny Landro. Landro hitting .289 with a painful left ankle, but he's been taking batting practice. So now, with 2 down, it's not a run situation. Point being, he can hit it and just about walk to first base.
Number 44, Ken Landro.
So Bream grounded out for Hershiser. Monday strikes out for Thimple, and here is Landro for Hooten. Joe Beckwith will be pitching to Atlanta in the 7th inning. He's heating up in the shadows back of left field. And here's Landro. Brock at second, Reynolds at first, 2 out in the 6th, 6-2 Braves. And Boggs deals, swung on and missed. Breaking ball down and in, 0-1. Landro, .289 with 16 home runs, 59 RBIs. And he has 15 game-winning hits. So the Dodgers have really missed him in the lineup. Out with that bad ankle. 0-1 to Kenny. Now the strike 1 pitch. That's taken a little high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers getting some people aboard. They've only been retired in order in the 1st inning. But they haven't been able to do much about Barker, and now they're working against Boggs. The 1-1 pitch. High and inside. Ball 2. 2-1 to Kenny Landro. Dodgers have left 5, and they have 2 men on here in the 6th. Boggs plants the right foot. Benedict in a crouch behind the plate. Malfitano looking for some action at third base. Runners taking their leads at first and second. And Boggs' 2-1 pitch to Landro is low. Ball 3. On deck is the leadoff man, Steve Sachs. 3-1 to Kenny Landro. Boggs ready, delivers, fastball in there on the inside corner at the knees. He just about made a perfect pitch. And again, Benedict out in front of the plate making a fist, which, according to the Braves, means 2 down, 3-2. Look alive. So the runner's ready to go. Benedict in a crouch, and Landro waiting. Boggs right foot on the rubber. It's 6-2 Atlanta, bottom of the 6th. Boggs in relief of Len Barker. Runners ready, they go, and the pitch is swung on and foul back. So Landro's hell hacking away, 3-2. Dodgers leave town tomorrow and begin a 6-game road trip. 3 in Houston, 3 in San Francisco, and all 6 games on radio and TV, Channel 11, KTTV in Los Angeles. They'll come home for 3 games with Houston and go right back out again for a big weekend in Atlanta, and all 3 in Atlanta will be televised back. 3-2, and the runner's ready to go again. They go, and the pitch is ball 4 to load him up. And now Joe Torre going back out to the mound. And we'll see with Sachs coming up just what he's going to do. He's got a left-hander in the pen. And would he bring in Forster, or is there somebody else down there? So Terry Forster is going to be called in to pitch to Steve Sachs with the bases loaded and 2 out. Rafael Landestoy is going to run for Kenny Landro. Landestoy at first, Reynolds at second, Brock at third, and Terry Forster has started out and now has turned and goes back. Terry's not sure if they want him or not. He was the only one throwing down there. But Terry's standing on the grass in right field saying, do you or don't you? And Vargo is pointing, no, not you. So Forster goes back into the bullpen. And we'll see who comes out. Didn't figure they were going to bring Terry in against a right-hand batter, and yet he was the only one throwing. So now Ed Vargo gestures, come on. So let's see who will eventually come out of the Atlanta bullpen. The only thing we do know, Boggs is gone. He faced 2 hitters, struck out Monday, walked Landro. Tony Brizzolara, a right-hander, is the one they really want. And Brizzolara will come jogging in from the Atlanta bullpen. We have not seen Brizzolara warm up. We assume, however, he has. I can't imagine him bringing in a pitcher who has not thrown 1 pitch in the bullpen. But we had not seen Brizzolara throw. I remember one time, many years ago in Brooklyn, there was a left-hander named Frank Perkowski with Cincinnati, and the bases were loaded. And Perkowski was sitting in the bullpen, in the dugout. Now, wait a minute, let's see. It was Frank Smith, a right-hander. And he had not even been in the bullpen. And he walked from the bench to the mound to pitch to a Dodger third baseman by the name of Don Hoke. Can you imagine that? Just got up off the bench and went out to the mound. And you know what happened? Don Hoke hit a grand slam home run. It was an incredible moment. Well, we are not aware that Tony Brizzolara has thrown a pitch down in the bullpen, unless he was throwing near the inside of the curved stands where you can't see him at all. And Jerry says he hadn't seen him down there. So if he has not thrown a pitch and is coming in now, maybe he feels that 8 warm-up tosses on the mound would be enough to get ready. But that would be a story in itself in a pennant race, to bring a guy in from the bullpen who is not even warmed up. We saw Forster, so of course when they gestured to the bullpen, it was automatic for Terry to start to come in, and they said, no, not you. So Brizzolara will be coming in to pitch to Steve Sachs with the bases loaded. Sachs went over and got some eye drops in his eyes from Bill Buehler. So Sachs apparently with some dirt in his eyes. That's a great time to have something in your eye when you have to come up with the bases loaded. And Buehler hopes he has cleaned them out.
Second baseman, Steve Sachs.
Here is Sachs with the bases loaded, 2 out in the 6th inning. Braves 6, Dodgers 2. The Dodgers have Greg Brock at third. They have R.J. Reynolds at second, and they have Landeskog running for Landreau at first. 6-2 Atlanta. So Brizolaro leans in to get a sign, and Sachs is not ready. He looks down at Amalfitano. We triple check, and Brizolaro did throw in the bullpen. And Sachs takes in a dirt, ball 1. It would seem like it would be impossible to bring a guy in without having thrown. I couldn't believe that. And they said that he had made a few pitches in the bullpen, stopped throwing just as Forster got up. So he did have some pitches warming up. 1 ball and no strikes to count to Sachs, who is 0 for 3. Brizolaro from a stretch, and the 1-0 pitch is low, ball 2. So the Dodgers trying to get back into the game any way they can. Brizolaro is 1-0 in his 11th game. The 2-0 pitch is low, ball 3. On deck, Bill Russell. 3-0 the count of Steve Sachs. Brizolaro ready, delivers, ball 4 to force over a run. Everybody moves up 90. It is 6-3 Braves. Still 2 out. Here comes Torrey again, and the batter will be Bill Russell. And he has a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. Donnie Moore is in the pen. Charged to Brizolaro. The run is charged to Barker. And guess who's coming in from the bullpen? Terry Foster. That bullpen is something. Donnie Moore, of course, had just made about 2 pitches. And they've opted for the left-hander. So the Hoss, as they called him when he played for the Dodgers, and Hoss, they still call him in Atlanta, coming in from the bullpen. What's going on in that Atlanta bullpen, Jerry?
Well, I think what happened was when they had Boggs warming up, they had an inside guy. It might have been Brizolaro briefly. That was in the last inning. And now, when they get this inning and Boggs is out there, Forster's up alone. So Brizolaro had not warmed up this inning. He warmed up before when Boggs came in. And now, as soon as Brizolaro comes in, Forster stopped throwing. He was sitting down. When they brought Brizolaro in, he was back in the little room behind the window.
Of course, in a day like today, 100-degree weather.
Stay cool.
And at this time of the year, you throw 1 or 2 pitches, and you've already about ready. In fact, just for fun, let's see if Forster even takes the 8 pitches he is allowed to warm up. Would you see? He's swinging his arms around, and there's 1. So we just count. He's entitled to 8. We'll see if he takes them. We have 2 down. The bases are still loaded. It is 6-3 Atlanta. Bill Russell will be coming up in a moment, and then Dusty Baker. And Forster is making his 4th warm-up toss. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Atlanta. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Forster has made 5. Once in a while, a relief pitcher on purpose will not take the 8. It's as if to say, hey, I don't need 8 to get ready for you. Terry now is making his 7th. He's got 1 to go, and he's going to take it. So, despite the fact he was up and down in the bullpen, the Hoss will take his 8, and here we go. Bill Russell against Terry Forster with the bases loaded. Sachs at first, Landestoy at second, Reynolds at third, and here's Russell. Russell grounded out, single to left, and fouled out. He's 1 for 3. On deck is Baker. So the Dodgers, trying to get off the floor, trail 6-3, 2 out. The bases are loaded, and Terry Forster, who's been out with a hamstring pull, ready, delivers, fastball missed, ball 1. Reynolds, Landestoy, and Sachs taking their lead. Forster toes the rubber, Russell waiting. And the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball in there for a strike. 1-1. Forster hurt himself trying to bunt for a base hit. And he pulled a hamstring, hustling down the line to first. 1-1 to count to Russell. Forster ready. Terry deals. Fastball swung on and missed. 1-2. Forster for the Braves this year is 3-2, an earned run average of under 2, and he has saved 12. So he's done a good job. The 1-2 pitch to Russell. Half swing foul, and it goes upstairs, club level. Good catch up there. So Reynolds back to third, Landestoy to second, and Sachs to first. 6-3 Braves, 2 out in the 6th. Barker, Boggs, Brizzolara, and Forster. Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, and Hooten. We've had 9 pitchers in the game so far, and we're in the 6th inning. Russell waiting. The 1-2 pitch to Billy. Fastball got him swinging, and the Dodgers get a run but leave 3. Jerry will be along in a minute, and at the end of 6, Braves 6, Dodgers 3.
Murphy here for Union 76. You know, there's nothing like California weather to keep an old car in good shape. And if you have an older car with a high-compression engine, you probably like running it on leaded premium gasoline. But leaded premium is hard to find, unless you know where to look. Union 76. That's right. If you want leaded premium gasoline, come to Union 76 and ask for Union 76 Super, because we've got it.
Coming and go with the spirit of 76.
Say, if you're keeping score, Carl's Jr. just made 2 great new additions to their lineup. Wedge-cut potatoes and fried zucchini. Carl's cooks their wedge cuts with the skin still on for an extra special taste. And Carl's dips their zucchini in a light lemon batter and seasoned breading before cooking them up crisp and crunchy. So you make the call. Wedge cuts or fried zucchini, either way, you'll say...
Savings of 37% over newsstand prices. Stay on top of the Dodgers and their farm teams throughout the year.
Well, we move along into the 7th inning of the ball game. And the Dodgers will have Steve Yeager behind the plate to do the catching. And Joe Beckwith on the mound, and he will be the pitcher. Beckwith was the loser in last night's ball game. And he will work now into the 7th inning here. For Beckwith, his 37th appearance, 1 win, 3 losses, and 1 save. And Beckwith now becomes the 6th Dodger pitcher and the 10th pitcher of the game. And he will start against Washington, Benedict, and Johnson as they work to the bottom of the batting order. So the Braves, who had 2 3-run innings, and the Dodgers had a 2-run inning and a 1-run 6th inning, and the run was walked over by Brizzolara. But then Forster came in and struck out Russell for the last out. So the Dodgers will have 3 more swings at him. They have to go through the batting order at least 1 more time. Right now, Claudel Washington is ready to come on and make his first appearance at the plate in today's ball game. He went in for Thomas in the 5th inning. So it's 6-3 Atlanta.
And batting ninth, number 27.
And Beckwith getting ready. Washington is still in the on-deck circle, hasn't come out yet. He's talking with catcher Bruce Benedict. The Braves have 6 runs, 9 hits, and an error. The Dodgers 3 runs, 6 hits, and an error.
For the Braves, right fielder Claudel Washington.
So here's Washington coming up. Claudell's batting average for the year, .278, 8 home runs, 37 runs batted in. So the Braves have used Barker, Boggs, Brizzolara, and Forster. Here's a swing and a miss, strike one. The Dodgers have used Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, Hooten, and now Beckwith. 0-1 count to the left-hand hitter. There's a fly ball to left field. Baker has to go back for it. Still going back near the track, makes the catch for the out. So Washington goes to left field with a fly ball, one down. The batter will be Benedict, who's grounded out, singled, and walked. 1 for 2 in the ball game today. So Joe Beckwith coming on. Honeycutt worked 3 2/3. Zachary none, although he's in for one hitter. Rodas in for a hitter. Hershiser got an out, and Hooten worked 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, and struck out 2. Bruce Benedict at bat. We're in the top of the 7th inning, the Braves leading by 3. Here's the pitch on the way. Inside, ball 1, 1-0 the count. We're not sure about Bedrosian out of the bullpen for the Braves today. He worked 3 innings last night. We're not apt to see him. Breaking ball is outside. Garber worked an inning last night. 1-1 count. Beckwith working to Benedict, and the pitch on the way. Ground ball towards shortstop. Russell near the bag, scoops it up, makes his play in time easily to get the second out. 2 away, the batter will be Johnson. Randy Johnson, the third baseman, is 1 for 3. Singled in the 2nd inning. So Randy Johnson coming on, and Terry Forster out on deck. Forster was facing Baker, Guerrero, and Marshall, right-hand batters in the 7th inning. 2 outs, and Beckwith ready to go. High with a fastball, 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. Forster's on deck with a warm-up jacket on a hot day like today. Breaking ball down low, ball 2, 2-0. The Dodgers gone for a week. They'll be back home a week from tomorrow with a 3-game homestand, just a short one to come in, time to play 3 games, change clothes, and go out again. Now the pitch. High and tight, ball free to Johnson. So after today, the Dodgers have 2 3-game homestands. With Houston next week, and the following week, a weekend series with San Francisco. Now the 3-0 pitch on the way. In there, 3-1. So 13 road games and 6 at home left on the schedule. Here's the 3-1 pitch. He walked him, ball 4 outside. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
I'm Preston Westmoreland, and if you want some good reasons to smile, hear the latest talk with Pat McMahon and me, weekdays from 9 to 4, here on News Radio 620, KTAR Phoenix.
Here's Terry Forster coming on. Forster's had 4 hits and 6 at-bats this year. Always was a pretty good hitter. He's up now with 2 out and a man on, and Beckwith delivers to Terry. A bouncer foul off to the right side of home plate. Strike 1. 0-1 the count. Yeager catching. Beckwith doing the pitching. Forster the hitter. Oh, 0-1 the count. Johnson getting a lead away from first. We're in the top of the 7th. Terry takes a curveball low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the Dodgers bat in the 7th to begin with the number 3 hitter, Dusty Baker. Brett Butler's out on deck for the Braves. The 1-1 pitch. Strike 2 on the inside corner. Forster backed out of there and then looked at umpire Dick Sellers and said, "My goodness, where was that one?" 1-2. Okay, a 1-2 look. The Braves will have an off day tomorrow. They'll be in Cincinnati for a 2-game series beginning Tuesday. The pitch to Forster, fouled away behind the plate. And the count holding at 1-2. We're in the 7th inning, approaching the 3-hour mark on a warm Sunday afternoon at Dodger Stadium. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 men out. Johnson off first base, drew a walk. Here's the pitch. Forster looks at strike three called. The side is retired. So the score going to the bottom of the seventh inning. Braves 6, Dodgers 3.
I'm Tom Dillon inviting you to stick with the home team to win cash and prizes. Pick up your ASU KTAR bumper sticker at any Circle K. Fill out the form on the back and mail it to us here at KTAR. Then, keep listening to 620 AM, and when we call your license number, you could win cash prizes of $100 or maybe even $1,000. Pick up your bumper sticker at Circle K, put it on your car, and enter to win. Stick with the home team, ASU and KTAR News Radio 620.
At Denny's restaurants, we use only high-quality ingredients for everything on our menu, and then we prepare them the way you would at home. Take our egg dishes. We cook them in a pan, not on a griddle, using real butter. Or every one of our tender, juicy hamburgers made from 100% lean beef and grilled to your order, never in advance. We take the same care in preparing everything at Denny's, where you'll like our prices and you'll love our food 24 hours a day.
Dodger Blue, the official newspaper of the Dodgers, is offering through the end of the year a Dodger Blue cap to all new subscribers and current subscribers who add a year to their current subscription. Send $15.95 to Dodger Blue, Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles 90012, and you'll receive 20 issues of Dodger Blue at a 37% savings over newsstand prices, Visa and MasterCard accepted. Present subscribers, please enclose a current mailing label with your order. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery of your Dodger Blue cap.
Left fielder, Dusty Baker.
Well, the Dodgers in the last inning left the bases loaded, the tying runs aboard. Now they'll have to start all over. And it'll be Baker, Guerrero, and Marshall now to try to get it going against Terry Forster, who came in and struck out Bill Russell with the bases loaded. In that inning, the Dodgers received 3 walks, had only 1 hit. They got 1 run. The base hit belongs to Reynolds. So here's Baker coming on in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dusty today is 0 for 3. On once on an error. Forster winds, delivers. Fastball nubbed in front of home plate. Strike 1. Forster is going to be relieved right now, I think. Here comes Joe Torre, and he has the right-hander Donnie Moore down in the bullpen. And here comes Joe Torre out. Forster makes 1 pitch here in the 7th inning. And Torre is going to, I think, make a change. He's walking out here now. He wants to talk to Forster. Forster, of course, was hobbled by an injury. Pulled a muscle fielding a bunt. And Torre now is pointing toward the bullpen. Takes the ball from Forster. And because Forster leaves with that injury, the new pitcher, Donnie Moore, is going to come on and get as many pitches as he needs. So apparently, Forster went out there, got the out. He's still hurting, limps, and Terry's not too happy about being called off the mound and goes back into the dugout, slams his glove into the seats, and makes a left turn down the runway into the clubhouse. When Forster was at the plate swinging, he looked like he might have re-injured the leg a little bit, so Torre let him go out there and make 1 pitch and said, that's enough. We're going to go to a healthy player, and Donnie Moore will come on. Even though he threw a strike to Baker, it won't even count. It'll be a strike on Baker, but Donnie Moore will assume full responsibility for what Baker does. So in the bottom of the 7th inning, Donnie Moore will come on and replace Forster. So Forster worked 1/3 of an inning and struck out Russell. So Moore is coming on, and while he gets ready, let's visit with Ross.
All right, Jerry, up in San Francisco, the Giants have beaten Houston this afternoon 3-2 in that game. Adley Hammaker had 14 strikeouts before he came out of the 8th inning and was replaced by Greg Minton. Menton was the winning pitcher when the Giants came up with 3 in the bottom half of the 9th inning to beat Nolan Ryan. That duel was scoreless for 7. The Astros got 2 in the 8th, and the Giants with 3 in the bottom of the 9th, and Tom O'Malley had the game-winning RBI. Cincinnati beat San Diego 4-2. Jeff Russell, the winner over Mark Thurmond. Paul Householder homered for the Reds, and Kevin McReynolds hit 1 for the Padres. Willie McGee's 9th inning RBI gave St. Louis a 2-1 win in Chicago. Charlie Lee won his 15th for Montreal today, a 6-hit shutout of the New York Mets 4-0. Torres lost it. And Philadelphia over Pittsburgh 5-3. Reed beat Gawante. Stupor got the win over Smith in that game at Chicago. American League winners were Toronto, Baltimore, Boston, Kansas City, Detroit, and Texas. California and Chicago tonight. Okay, Jerry.
Donnie Moore making his 37th appearance, 2 wins, 3 losses, earned run average of 3.7 and 6 saves. So the right-hander comes on now to replace Forster, and Baker waiting. Strike 1 count to Dusty. And Forster with a bad leg had to go out. Baker, it's a high pop fly, shallow left center field. Murphy and Butler coming for it, and it'll be Murphy calling and makes the play for the out. So 1 pitch, 1 out, and the batter will be Guerrero. 6-3 in favor of the Braves.
Pedro Guerrero.
With Ryan losing today, that's the second time this week that the Astros have lost a game when they had a lead with Ryan. So they lose that one. Here is Guerrero at bat. Donnie Moore, the 5th pitcher used by Atlanta. The Dodgers have used 6. And it's a 6-3 ball game with Pedro up, and he's 0 for 3. Robbed of a home run in the 3rd inning by Murphy. Went up against the right center field fence to take 1 away. Donnie Moore out of the bullpen. Bedrosian and Garber have been very busy lately. They have a left-hander working in the bullpen right now, and we'll check him out. Ken Daly. Here's the pitch on the way to Pedro. Breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. So Moore trying to save it now. This is a big one, of course. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Pete. Inside for ball, 1-1. Marshall on deck with Brock to follow. Daly is warming up just in case to get a couple men on, and Brock gets up there. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Low, ball 2, 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Nobody on, 1 out. And the pitch to Pedro. That's a strike on the outside corner with a breaking ball, and the count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Braves had a 3-run 3rd. Home run with 2 on by Murphy. They had a 3-run 4th. Pitch to Pedro. Loops into center field. Murphy right in his tracks. Now backs up a step. Makes the catch for the out. So 2 gone on fly balls to center. And here's Marshall. Singled twice and flied to right. So Marshall coming on with 2 away and Brock to follow. And Donnie Moore relieving Forster. Moore going to the rosin sack. Benedict was out to talk to him for a moment. Marshall at bat, 2 for 3. Now the windup and the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Good fastball from Donnie Moore. Veteran right-hander's been around. Spent most of his time with the Chicago Cubs. 0-1. Marshall waits again. Brock on deck and the pitch. Down low for a ball, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Barker, Boggs, Brizzolaria, Forster, and Moore for the Braves. Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, Hooten, and Beckwith for the Dodgers. There's been a parade of pitchers on both sides. Marshall loops one at third, grabbed on the line by third baseman Johnson. So Marshall's bid for his third hit speared nicely as Johnson lunged to left to handle it for the out. Side retired, and the score at the end of 7 innings of play, the Braves 6 and the Dodgers 3.
What could be easier for you barbecue buffs than cooking hot dogs over the coals? No preparation. Simply place them on the grill straight from the package, and nothing to add. No salt, no pepper, no sauce, and no splattering, which means a minimum of cleanup afterwards. But a far better reason for barbecuing hot dogs is that they taste so good, and it should be added, Farmer John does a little more to make his hot dogs taste best, like assuring their fresh taste by being the only packer to use Eastern corn-fed pork that's dressed fresh right in the Southland, along with juicy, fresh domestic beef, like giving his hot dogs a more savory spiced goodness with his own special blend of costly natural seasonings, and like smoking them to a fare-thee well with real smoke until there's a smoke-heartier Western flavor in every morsel. Farmer John Wieners, 10-inch extra-long wieners called Dodger Dogs at the stadium, and Farmer John Beef Franks. See if you don't agree. They're the best-tasting hot dogs you ever barbecued.
Well, we go to the 8th inning now, and the Braves start with the top of the batting order, Butler, Royster, and Ramirez. Facing Joe Beckwith, who came on in the 7th inning, got the side out with only a walk. The Dodgers will have 2 more swings at him, and the Braves, of course, same number. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers, 6-9 and 1 for Atlanta. No game tomorrow. The Dodgers travel tomorrow. They'll go to Houston, spend the day off. About a 3.5-hour flight. Then they'll be in Houston early tomorrow.
Leading off.
And you're ready to play the Astros, who lost a tough one again today. Kind of ironic that the Astros would lose 2 games on this trip with Nolan Ryan leading in both games. And they had a big lead in San Diego, lost them. They lost 1 today. And they had Ryan going, and the Giants scored 3 in the 9th to beat them. Okay, here is Butler coming up. He has walked, flied out, grounded out, and beat out a hit. So he's 1 for 3, singled off Sachs' glove. We have passed the 3-hour mark in the game now, but the fans seem to enjoy it, even though the Dodgers have been behind most of the day, since Murphy hit the home run in the 3rd inning with 2 on. Here's the pitch. Butler takes a curveball, strike, 0-1. Butler, Royster, Ramirez here in the 8th inning. When the Dodgers bat in the bottom of the 8th, they begin with Brock, Reynolds, and Yeager. Next pitch is low, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Butler, left-hand hitting leadoff man and left fielder. And here's Beckwith's windup and pitch. High for a ball, 2. Last night, Beckwith pitched to Butler in the 10th inning, and on a 3-2 pitch, thought that he had him struck out. It turned out that Joe West disagreed, and that led to a 3-run 10th inning and a win for the Braves, 6-3. They've been scoring all of their runs in 3s here lately. Butler takes again high, ball 3, and it's 3-1. Well, whatever there is about Butler that Beckwith can't cope with, he's behind him again, 3-1. The leadoff man batting in the 8th inning. Now the 3-1 pitch on the way. Pop foul out of play, 3-2. Last night also, it is Butler leading off in the inning, as he is now. 8th inning. Butler backs out. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball to Sachs. Waits for it, picks it up, throws, and got him. So Butler's out on a ground ball to Sachs. Here's Royster at bat, has 2 hits.
Jerry Royster.
In 4 at bats, has scored 2 runs. So we have 1 out, nobody on. Royster coming up. On deck hitters Ramirez, followed by Murphy. Royster playing second base. Of course, he also plays third, but Hubbard is hurting, so he has to play second, and Johnson plays third. Here's the pitch, foul, back over the screen. Strike 1 count to Jerry Royster. The Braves trying to pull within 1, the Dodgers hoping to salvage one somehow. There's a foul on the ground behind the plate, and it's strike two. The Dodgers took the first game 3-2. They lost last night 6-3, the same score that we have today. So 3 has been the number for the Dodgers in this series. They haven't been able to get off of it. If the Dodgers do not win this one, they will have wound up this homestand 3-4. Here's a breaking ball, strike 3 call to Royster. So the Dodgers came home hoping to get a little well on the homestand. And if they can't beat the Braves today, that means they've lost 2 to San Diego and 2 to the Braves while winning 1 from Atlanta and 2 to San Diego. Or rather, Cincinnati. 2 down, and Ramirez at bat. Grounded out. Walked, singled, flied out, scored twice. Rafael Ramirez made an error in the field. Didn't hurt. Now the pitch. Beckwith, breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Beckwith has always had good stuff. He hasn't been too fortunate, but the Dodgers admit that he has an outstanding arm and good stuff, but he's usually wound up as the last pitcher on the staff. Fastball is inside, 1-1, so he hasn't had the chance to pitch much. He has worked in 36 games, and he's had 61 innings of work. For the whole season, he has started 3 times. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball down low, 2-1. But Joe Beckwith, in spring training, had hoped to win a spot as the 5th starter, which ultimately went to Pena, and rightfully so, because Pena's right now leading the league in low earned run average at 2.3. There's a ground ball to the right side. Sachs dives, can't play it on the outfield grass. So Ramirez is on with his 2nd hit of the game, and here comes Murphy, who's had 1 big blow, a home run with 2 on in the 3rd inning that turned the game around and gave the Braves the lead. He has walked twice and struck out. Murphy also took a home run away from Guerrero with a man on in the 3rd inning. So Murphy by himself has been enough to keep the Braves in front today. 108 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Half swing, did he go? They'll appeal. First base umpire says no. Ball 1, count to Murphy. One on with 2 out in the 8th inning. Murphy at bat. He's had 5 games this year in which he's hit 2 home runs. Takes one inside for a ball, 2-0. Beckwith worked in the 7th inning, gave up a walk, that's all. Now in his 2nd inning of work, gives up a single with 2 outs. 2-0 count. The stretch, the look, and Beckwith backs off to I. Ramirez, who has stolen 14 bases, but he's been caught 11 times. 2-0 the count. Checking the pitch to Murphy. Swing and a miss at a big breaking ball. 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. We haven't had the paid attendance announced yet. Should come up shortly now. Top half of the 8th inning here at Dodger Stadium. 2-1 count. Here's the look. Runner goes, bluffs, and a bouncing ball to Sachs right in front of the bag. He will make his play to first base in time to retire the side. Ramirez faked going, and Sachs broke to the bag. Ramirez stopped, but by that time Sachs had committed himself, and Murphy bounced the ball right over the middle, and there was Sachs to pick it up and throw him out. So the Dodgers get a break on that play. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th with the score: Braves 6, Dodgers 3.
There's a new 4-wheel drive truck prowl in the country, and it's one heck of a bruiser. The new Nissan 4x4 is at your Datsun dealer, ready to move you with on-demand 4-wheel drive. The most powerful standard engine and the highest minimum ground clearance in its class.
That's one heck of a truck.
One heck of a hunk. Nissan ramps the bed and double steel walls and levels rough ground with new wide clearance independent front suspension. 5-speed stick. Steel belted radio. Now get the our lowest annual percentage rate factory financing available on all new Nissan trucks. 8.8% to qualified buyers only at participating Datsun dealers.
Don't listen to me. Read the label on your overnight laxative. You'll probably find words like phenolphthalein, complicated words for artificial ingredients. Most overnight laxatives use them, but there's at least one that doesn't. It's called Prompt, and it's all natural.
Read the label. Prompt. It's different. It even looks different. It's a natural stimulant and natural fiber, too. So it's fast and it's gentle. It's what I want in my laxative. It's Prompt, and it's natural.
Use only as directed.
Bottom of the 8th inning, and the Dodgers start with Brock, Reynolds, and Yeager against right-hander Donnie Moore. The windup and the pitch to Brock. Fly ball to right field. Washington got a late start, comes up and slides and makes the catch for the out. He didn't see that ball come out of the shadows into the sunlight, and he made a good play. That was a tough one to handle. A line drive to right field, and Washington, playing the Sunfield, had to really make a good play on that ball. Here's Reynolds coming on. He's 1 for 3 today. Slide out, hit into a double play, and then singled in the 6th inning. So R.J. Reynolds playing in center field, with Landreau still missing. Yeager out on deck, and then we'll see about a hitter for Beckwith, and we have Larry White, a big right-hander, up in the bullpen for the Dodgers. 6-3 in favor of Atlanta, and we're in the 8th inning. The Giants pulled one out against Houston, 3-2, beating Ryan. Now the pitch on the way. Reynolds takes a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1 to R.J. Came into the game hitting .286, the young man up from San Antonio, and now he's hitting .292. He's getting a lot of playing time here in the last week or two. Bounces one to first base down the line, and Chambliss right at the bag. Steps on first, 2 gone easily here in the 8th inning. So 2 up and 2 down quietly, and here comes Yeager.
Catcher.
And the Dodgers are really running out of time now. They have 4 outs left. And they will see their lead reduced to 1 game. They led by a game after the San Diego series. And they'll be on a treadmill if they lose this one. Still a game ahead. Yeager pulls one foul outside of third, strike 1. Yeager hasn't played a lot lately. The hand is still bothering him, and Jack Fipple has been doing a good job. Jack today again drove in a couple of runs with a 2nd inning double. 1 strike count. Here's the pitch from Moore. Yeager swings and misses. Strike 2. Donnie Moore trying for a save. He has 6 on the year. 0-2 count. And the pitch on the way. Popped up foul. That'll be off to the right side and down in the stands. Strike 2. The Braves with a 3-run third. 3-run homer by Murphy. 3 more runs picked up in the 4th inning. 2 key hits driven in by Brad Cummings, the rookie outfielder. With a fly ball to right field, Washington coming up from this one, battling the sun, makes the catch, and the Dodgers go easily in the 8th inning. Side out, 1-2-3, and the score at the end of 8, Braves 6, Dodgers 3.
You've worked so hard and come so far. It takes your best to make it. Feels so good. You knew it would. Your moment's here, so take it. Bring out your best. Bring out your best. But why's the
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, we go to the 9th inning. And the Braves will have Chambliss, Washington, and Benedict against Beckwith. Joe working his third inning. Chambliss will start it off. He's gone all the way and has had one hit and a walk. In the fourth inning, he drew a walk. That was when the Braves scored their second three-run inning. And after the walk to Chambliss, a base hit by Comets drove in two big ones, and that really turned the game around. It kept the Dodgers from trying to use the bunt. Other plays trying to catch up instead of being one behind. They wound up four behind at the time. Now have narrowed the gap to three, but still have a hill to climb. Chambliss coming on. Left-hand hitting first baseman with Claudell Washington on deck, and Beckwith ready to go to work. Top of the ninth inning. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to shortstop. Russell right there to scoop it up. Flips it across to Brock in time, and we have one gone. So one away in the ninth inning, and Washington with that fly to left field his first time up. Claudell came in late in the game after Comisk had started against the left-hander Honeycutt. And when the right-hander started to come in, Washington went into play. More experienced player and probably a better outfielder. We don't know how Gomes plays in the outfield, but Washington is pretty good out there. Okay, we have one out, nobody on. Beckwith delivers. Breaking ball is a strike, and it's 0-1. Beckwith, who was unfortunate last night, wound up the losing pitcher. And he's pitched well here this afternoon. Now the 0-1 pitch on the way to Claudell. Swing and a miss at a good breaking ball. Strike two. 0-2 the count. Now the 0-2 pitch on the way. Foul straight back, strike two. Rookie left-hander Sid Fernandez doing a little throwing in the Dodger bullpen. The Dodgers last night had one getaway. They had a 3-run lead with Fernando pitching, and he was leading into the seventh inning 3-2. And gave up 3 singles with 2 out, and the Braves tied it, went on to win it. There's a curve just a little outside, 1-2. The key hit last night was a 7th inning single by Butler with 2 outs and runners at first and second, and he had 2 strikes. And he hit the left-hand hitter, hit the ball off the left-hand pitcher to left field for a base hit. That tied it. Here's the pitch, foul tipped away, and the count holding to Washington, 1-2. So a 1-ball, 2-strike count. We're in the 9th inning. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 9th, they'll have a pinch hitter for Beckwith, and then to Sachs and Russell. The Dodgers had one flurry in the 6th inning, bases loaded, and 2 out, and Forster came on and struck out Russell. The Dodgers have been heard from since. There's a bouncer hit behind second base. Russell there to scoop it up, makes his play to get Claudell. 2 away. 2 down, and the batter now will be Benedict, who has 1 for 3 in the ball game this afternoon.
Benedict.
If the Braves win it, the season series will stand 9 for the Dodgers, 6 for the Braves, 3 left to play in Atlanta. And the pressure getting tighter and tighter. The Braves would seem to have a little edge in the schedule, but you never know. They still got to play them out, and they'll be playing Cincinnati and San Diego for a while the Dodgers are playing San Francisco and Houston and Atlanta. There's a foul back out of play. But until the two teams meet again, the Dodgers play Houston 6 times and San Francisco 3 times, while the Braves play San Diego 3 times and Cincinnati 5 times. There's a pop-up foul out of play. So just on the record of the standings, you would have to say the Astros would be a tougher opponent than Cincinnati, and San Diego might be a little tougher than San Francisco, but as far as the Dodgers are concerned, it doesn't make much difference. They haven't played well against either Cincinnati, rather San Francisco or San Diego. 4-8 with the Giants. Pitches outside for a ball. The Dodgers against Houston are 8-4. But they built up a good lead against the Astros early in the year. They won the first 5 they played against the Astros. Next pitch low for a ball, 2-2. The Dodgers opened the season in Houston, won both games there, then came back home and won 3 more from the Astros here. Since then, though, it's been pretty even. Here's a curve inside for a ball. That was while the Astros were in their 9-game losing streak, and since then, The Dodgers are 3-4 against Houston. So they'll have to keep going. Battle hard if they're going to stay ahead. That's what makes it fun. 3-2 pitch. Bouncing ball behind second base. Sachs can't get it. The ball takes a big high bounce after it hit the ground and bounced way over Sachs' head into center field for a base hit. And before we see Randy Johnson, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
I'm Patrick Bannon. If you want stimulating company, you have friends right here. Join Preston Westmoreland and me for weekday talk from 9 to 4 here on News Radio 620 KTAR Phoenix.
11 hits for the Braves as Benedict gets a bouncer. Bounced a couple times and will hit the dirt in front of second base. It really kangaroo. Here's a high foul off to the right, out of play by Johnson. Oh, and 1 to count. Right-hand batter Johnson batting in the number 8 spot. Donnie Moore, the pitcher's out on deck. Foul ball at the plate, strike 2. Beckwith now working his third inning, has allowed 2 hits and a walk. Strike 2 count. In Houston Tuesday night at 5:15, Royce goes against Scott. Then on Wednesday, Welch and Necro. They have Pena against Ryan on Thursday, but Ryan pitched today, and I don't know whether they're in a 3-man rotation or not. Here's the 0-2 look. And the pitch on the way. Strike 3 called, and Johnson is out, and the side is retired. So Beckwith gets his third strikeout. The Braves are gone in the ninth with no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning in a moment with a... For the Dodgers now, it'll be Jose Morales to come on in the ninth inning, and he will be batting for Joe Beckwith against Donnie Moore. Beckwith worked 3 innings, and he was the most effective Dodger pitcher. 3 innings, no runs, 2 hits, struck out 3 and walked 1. So Beckwith works the final 3 and quiets the Braves, but meanwhile, Donnie Moore, Terry Forster, they have quieted the Dodgers. His last flurry was in the 6th inning, and now they will start with Morales, then to Sachs and to Russell to try to get 3 runs at least and catch up to the Braves. The Braves now feeling pretty good about things as they carry the lead into the bottom of the ninth inning. Morales, as a pinch hitter, has 116 career pinch hits, and his batting average .275. As a pinch hitter, 8 for 30 with 2 home runs and 7 runs batted in. So here comes Jose Morales up now as the Dodgers have their last gasp here against the Braves to avoid losing a series to the Braves for the first time this year and dropping back to just 1 game ahead. The Braves came in here 3 behind, but a 2 behind, and fell to 3, and now are trying to reduce that to 1. Okay, Morales at bat. Jose, the right-hander, facing Moore, who has retired 6 in a row since he came on. And Morales hits one inside left field line. Going to be in for a base hit. Gets by Butler. Morales will turn and try for 2. The throw coming across. He's in with a double. So for Jose Morales, his 117th pinch hit. He has now broken a tie with Jerry Lynch and trails only Smokey Burgess and Manny Mota. He will give way to a pinch runner now. Dave Anderson will run for him. So in the ninth, Morales will leave, and he'll get the baseball for his trophy chase as he doubles to left field. Started off. Here's Sachs at bat now. The Brave bullpen is quiet at the moment. Anderson is the runner at second.
Dave Anderson. The batter, second baseman, Steve Sachs.
Sachs at bat today has had none for 3 with a walk. And he's had a tough time against the Atlanta Ball Club in this series. Russell is on deck, and then Baker. Here's the look, and here's the pitch. Sachs takes low, ball one. 1-0 the count. Now they're busy in the bullpen for Atlanta. Gene Garber is throwing down there. Sachs waits, ninth inning. Crowd trying to come alive, hoping the Dodgers come alive, but Sachs takes a strike, and it's 1-1. A lot of folks have gone home, but a lot of folks have stayed. 45,269 the paid attendance. 1-1 count to Sachs. Anderson running at second. The pitch to him. High for a ball. 2-1. Sachs walked in the sixth inning to force over a run that got his 33rd RBI. Billy Russell is out on deck. Now the 2-1 look. Moore ready, the pitch. Low, ball 3. 3-1. Donnie Moore in his third inning of work. Pitching here to Sachs with a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Sachs waiting. Moore in the sunlight. Home plate in the shade now. Here's the look, and the 3-1 pitch on the way. He walked it. Him, and here comes Torrey, and we'll see if he's going to go to Garber right now with Russell due up, Baker and Guerrero to foul. And it looks like he's going to make a change right now. He has Gene Garber down in the bullpen. Garber worked an inning last night, but he worked, I think, 3 or 4 at San Francisco. Rizzolara was the only relief pitcher they used in the first game. Now Torrey's at the mound and looking toward the bullpen. And apparently he's going to make the change right now. So here comes Garber through the gate. And he's going to come on and try to save it. So Moore will leave. And Garber will come on here in the ninth inning to pitch to Russell with 2 on and nobody out. Moore worked 2 innings. Have to keep the run column open on him. He's given up 1 hit, walked a batter. And Garber now in to do the pitching. Garber making the long walk in, taking his time to get here. It's been a warm day. Garber spent most of his afternoon out in the bullpen. Garber will come on, making his 38th appearance with 3 wins, 4 losses, 414 earned run average, 8 saves, and he has given up 7 home runs. Lasorda now talking to Russell. Russell, of course, is not a home run hitter, a contact hitter. Tommy's out there talking to him. After Russell, of course, then you get to the long ball hitters. And Malfitano and Russell having a little talk down there. Joey talking with Russell. Now breaks off and goes back toward the bag. And here's Garber coming on. Garber becomes the 6th pitcher for Atlanta. So we've had 12 pitchers in the game. Let's see if I can remember all of them. Barker, Boggs, Rizzolara, Forster, Moore, and Garber for Atlanta. Honeycutt, Zachary, Rodas, Hershiser, Hooten, and Beckwith have been in there for the Dodgers. The pitchers of record are Barker and Honeycutt. Dodgers got 2 in the second. Murphy hit a 3-run home run in the third. The Braves added 3 more in the 4th inning. The Dodgers picked up a run in the 6th and left the bases loaded that inning as Russell came on and was struck out by Forster. And now Billy will be up trying to keep it going here in the 9th inning. The Dodgers have 3 precious outs left to them if they're going to turn this one around. They're at the bottom of the 9th inning, backed into a corner. And Garber pitching in the sunlight and the home plate area down in the shadow. So that ball is coming out of the sun into the shade here at Dodger Stadium. Garber has not completed his warm-ups as yet. These 2 clubs really putting on quite a show in this series. Billed as a crucial 3-game set. The Dodgers won the first game 3-2, lost last night 6-3, and trail this one 6-3. Trying to get close now as Russell comes up. After Russell, we Baker, then Guerrero, then Marshall. And then we'll see how far they can go. The real thing Garber's looking for now, of course, would be a double play ball, and the Braves lead the league in double plays made. They've made one today, shortened up the Dodgers back in the fourth inning. At that time, the Dodgers had two singles and a double play followed by a walk. But the double play shortened it up. All right, Russell at bat, and the Braves pull him up a few steps. And here's Billy waiting as Garber, master of a changeup, set, winds, delivers. Inside and low, ball one. One ball and no strikes. The bottom of the ninth inning. Garber at bat. Russell waiting. Garber up with the arms, the look back, and the pitch. Strike called at the knees, 1-1. 1-1 to Bill. Russell with a .263 average is 1 for 4 in the game today. Against the Braves, .256 for the year. Okay, a 1-1 count. And again, Garber with the stretch and the look, and the pitch on the way. Billy swings and fouls it off. Strike two. So he's behind the count, 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the bottom of the ninth inning here at Dodger Stadium. Before the Dodgers break camp and hit the road again. Gene Garber taking his time, dusting his hands with a rosin bag, bouncing it up and down on the back of his hand. Now he's ready. Russell waiting. Here's the arm stretch and the look. The runner's edge off. Anderson and Sachs are out there. And here's the pitch to Russell. Struck him out. A swing and a miss, and Russell goes down on strike. And that's something Billy rarely does, but he struck out his last 2 turns at bat. So Garber comes in and gets Russell on strike. Here's Baker at bat. Dusty has grounded out, struck out, saved one on error, and flied out. So the Dodgers have spent one of their outs. Baker against the Braves this year, hitting less than 200. He has 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in against them. Guerrero is on deck. So here is Baker now. The Dodgers have 2 outs left, and they need 3 runs to tie. Here's the look, and the pitch to Baker. Swing and a miss, going for that changeup. Garber has a deceptive move. Well, he kind of herky-jerks, spins around, and then he comes up with that floater. He's really tough to figure out. You don't see much of the ball till it's coming at you. And it's hard to tell whether it's a fast one or a slow one. And he's got a good changeup, good off-speed pitch. The 0-1 look, check of the runners. And the pitch on the way to Baker. Low in the dirt and a good save by Benedict. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baker, in case you're wondering, has hit 14 home runs this year and has 65 runs batted in. The Dodgers have had a lot of scoring opportunities today, but haven't been able to cash in but a couple of them. Now the 1 ball, 1 strike count. 1 out, 2 men on base. Infield playing deep at third, halfway at short and second, deep at first. Here's the look and the 1-1 pitch. Fly ball to right field. A long run for Washington coming fast, and it's going to drop. Bases loaded. Dusty Baker lifts a high fly ball into shallow right field. Washington, Murphy, and Royster going for it. It's fell in between. And now, here is Guerrero to come to bat. Runner at first base, Cecil Estes.
The game continues at the beginning of side 6 after a short delay.
So the tying runs are on again for the Dodgers with Guerrero, who is hitting .294 at the start of this game and is 0 for 4. 28 home runs, robbed of a home run in the third inning. Okay, Guerrero now will try to keep the Dodgers alive with Marshall and Brock to follow. So the Dodgers have gotten to their power guys. If they can get one out of here, try to pull it out. Crowd is up and cheering now as Pedro comes up. He's hit 4 balls to the outfield, twice to left, twice to center. It is 6-3. Atlanta, the Dodgers have the bases loaded, and they have rabbits on the bases. Garber working to Guerrero. Here's the stretch. And the pitch to Pete. Swing and a miss, and he was going for all of it. He had a big cut at that changeup, and he was a mile out in front. He might not get anything but off-speed pitches in this spot. 1 strike count to Guerrero. Dodger fans making a lot of noise now. 1 strike count to Pete. Garber sets to look. The pitch on the way. Low, ball 1, 1-1. Garber's changeup, and Pedro laid off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 9th inning. We're down to the wire in what might be a thrilling finish. The Braves trying to quiet the noise, and the Dodgers trying to make more. Well, they're whooping it up here now. The 10th man, as the Dodgers like to refer to them, trying to help out now here in the bottom of the 9th. A 1-1 count on Guerrero. Garber sets to look. Here's the pitch. Ground ball foul outside of third, and he's in the hole at 1-2. But Pedro didn't get too much of that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Garber, a pretty good control pitcher. Working to him here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Dodgers have Anderson at third, Sachs at second, Espy at first base. A lot of fleet-footed runners out there. The big one, of course, is on first. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Guerrero backs out. You know what the fans want, don't you? Of course. Garber wants a double play. The fans want a home run. Now the look, the 1-2 pitch. On the way. Low, ball 2, 2-2. Pedro wouldn't offer the low breaking ball. Well, I'll tell you one thing, as a hitter, you got to have a lot of composure up there now in a spot like this and not go chasing a bad one. That's where the experience counts. Now they're chanting Pedro, Pedro, Pedro. Boy, really thrilling. Here's a 2-2 look. Pedro waiting. Garber wants Benedict to go through the signs again. His best pitch is the changeup. As a hitter, you almost have to look for it. 2-2. Arm stretch in the set. The pitch on the way. Bouncing ball, third base way, foul. Foul ball. Johnson came over and knocked it down. And we'll back him up and do it again. Sachs was rounding third, headed home. He'll go back. Anderson back to third. And Espy back to first base. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Guerrero, trying to get a ball that he can handle and drive somewhere. A base hit here, of course, would really put the Dodgers in business. They could possibly put 2 in and a runner at third base with a tying run. Just a good long single to do that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. All right, Guerrero climbs in again. Dean Garber, Smalley's right-hand relief pitcher, checking his sign. 3-2. Second 2-2 count. The stretch to look and the pitch on the way. Bouncing ball foul behind Mota. And it looked like Pedro reached for one outside that time. Thought he saw one he could handle, and he just got a piece of it. 2-2. That ball appeared to be going outside. And from the looks at the replay, that was a ball. Pedro felt that he couldn't afford to take it in case it backed up over the plate. Pressure also on the plate umpire Stello to make a good call. Turn, about as much noise as we've heard in a long time. Here's the 2-2 look. And the pitch. Bouncing ball to third. Foul ball. Well, Pedro keeps fouling them off, and he hasn't gotten the ball that he could really handle yet. But Garber has certainly kept him off stride. He hadn't gotten his pitch. Pedro lost a home run back in the third inning, and Murphy went to the wall and leaped up there and handled it. Time now. They want to check the baseball at the request of the third base umpire. And Stello will okay it and keep that ball in play. Two balls and 2 strikes to Guerrero, bottom of the ninth. Still under pressure, Tucker. Pedro waits. Garber now in the shadows almost completely. That's how long Pedro's been up there. 1 out. Bases loaded. Dodgers need 3 to catch up. Guerrero now calls time, backs out. Pedro takes his hat off, dries his hands, works him up and down the bat handle, steps back into the batter's box. Garber on top. No hurry, no place to go. The game is on the line right here. Here's the stretch and the look, and the 2-2 pitch again on the way. Ball 3. Well, it's 3-2 with 1 out, so the runners have to wait. On deck is Mike Marshall, and then Greg Brock. So if Guerrero gets on, they'll leave it right up to the kid. Garber taking his time to get his sign up on top, 3-2. Boy, what a moment this has been. It's been 5 minutes, it seems like, that Guerrero's been to the plate. I don't know about you on the other end, but I'll tell you one thing, the emotions are beginning to be drained here at the ballpark. The fans have had a constant din now for at least 5 or 10 minutes. Guerrero backs out. Garber goes to the Rosenberg again. And we're set. 3-2. Here's the look. And here's the pitch. Ball 4. He walks it. Anderson scores. Sack takes third. Espy takes second. Guerrero's at first. Mike Marshall is the batter. 2 for 4. Lined out to third. A chance to tie the game. And Malfitano will come down and have a few words with Marshall. The run is in. That run is charged to Moore. Sack on third belongs to Moore. And Garber now will pitch to Marshall with the bases loaded. And now the Dodgers have put the winning run on base, if they can get him around. All right, it is Marshall, Brock, and then Reynolds. Here's Big Mike. He's already had one dramatic moment this week. Pitches outside, ball 1. No one throwing in the Braves bullpen. 1 ball, no strike. Marshall waits. Bases loaded. Here's the stretch again on the look and the pitch. Ball 2. Line away. Now the pressure is really switching over to Garber. He has to throw strikes or he will wind up with a tying run at third base and 1 out. It is 6-4 Atlanta. Bottom of the ninth. 2-0 the count to Marshall. A pitch. Fly ball to right field. Back goes Washington. Away back. This ball is off. Oh, dropped in. 1 run in. 2 runs in. Here comes the third runner. Guerrero holds the They got what they wanted. It's a 6-6 tie. Brock, the batter, will be intentionally walked to load the bases. As Marshall almost hit it out of here. Washington went back to the fence, had to battle the ball and the sun, and it bounced over his head against the fence, and 2 runs scored, and Guerrero was stopped at third wisely because Washington quickly got the ball back in. But the Dodgers have caught up. Brock is getting an intentional walk. And we'll see about the next hitter, J.R. Reynolds. He's going to come on and bat. Boy, what a spot to have the kid in. Wow. R.J. Reynolds has flied out, hit into a double play, singled, and grounded out. The Dodgers have caught up on Marshall's third hit of the game, a booming double off the right field fence. We got Sack and Espy home, and Guerrero to third base, and now here is Reynolds with Yeager on deck. The game is on the line. It's all even at 6-6. What a finish. And I don't know how you could be young Reynolds out there and stay calm. I just don't know how you could do it. They're going to play everybody in now, the infield and the outfield. R.J. has a chance to win the ball game. Last week he was minding his own business in San Antonio. Now he's in a pennant race. Garber up with the arm. The pitch on the way is outside, ball 1. One of those to count. It is a 6-6 tie here in the bottom of the 9th inning. They're going crazy. Reynolds now trying to win it. Guerrero at third carries the big one. The 1-0 pitch. Squeeze on. Up the leg. Dodgers win. Dodgers win. He squeezed the run in, and the Dodgers beat him. What'd they call it? They're mobbing him. They made a play on him. We'll wait and see. Reynolds squeezes in the run. This might be the greatest Dodger come-from-behind win of all time. A 4-run, bottom of the 9th inning. They're going crazy. And listen to the crowd. Scorekeeper has said base hit for Reynolds on the bunt single, and a run batted in, a game-winning RBI, and the Dodgers have beaten the Braves by a score of 7-6 in a great comeback, one of the greatest comebacks of all. So here at Dodger Stadium, R.J. Reynolds takes an encore, a sacrifice bunt, and the Dodgers have turned it around and send the Braves to Cincinnati 3 games behind. What a comeback for the Dodgers in the 9th inning to turn around and pull it out. A double by Morales, a walk to Sack, a strikeout, Espy, Guerrero, Marshall, Brock, and then a bunt single by Reynolds. And the Dodgers have turned it around, and the crowd goes crazy here in Dodger Stadium. Joe Beckwith gets the win. Gene Garber gets the loss. And R.J. Reynolds is exhausted sitting in the bench. How about the pressure on a kid like that? So once again, the final score of the Dodgers now, 7-6 postgame show coming right up.
Dodger baseball was brought to you by United Airlines. People who fly for a living choose United. By Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles, who also brings you caffeine-free Coke and Diet Coke. Same great taste, same great refreshment, now caffeine-free. By Union 76 and your neighborhood 76 dealers, who invite you to go with the spirit of 76. By Farmer John. For the finest bacon, ham, sausage, hot dogs, luncheon meats, fresh pork, and other meat products, it's Farmer John. By Nissan, builders of high mileage, high quality cars and trucks for 50 years. Available at your Datsun dealer. By Budweiser Light, the best never comes easy. That's why there's nothing else like it. And by Carl's Jr. Restaurants, where you're going to say, I like it. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
Everyone's advertising their regular closeout specials, but at Don Sanderson Ford, you'll find an exceptional special. 1983 Fairmont Futuras for only $73.95. Sanderson Ford was able to obtain over 35 Fairmonts, all fully equipped, including AM/FM stereo. These low-mileage 83 Futuras are all priced at only $73.95, including Ford's extended warranty plan. Your no-nonsense Ford dealer, Don Sanderson Ford, invites you to stop in, test drive one, look over the color selection, and check out their like-new condition. These are exceptionally sharp automobiles at an incredibly low price, only during this exceptional special. Remember, Don Sanderson's no-nonsense selling method.